If you've ever just simply been done with the effing heat, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook. Today, the June 27th edition for Friday. We are at new all-time highs. The most hated rally of all time continues, and we're going to talk about it. We also get the PCE print today. So we're going to get that here in about 30 minutes. We're going to break it down. We're going to go through some news. And of course, we're going to set up some trades today to make some money. Let's get it rolling. Let's close the week out strong. Benzinga's pre-market playbook for June 27th, Friday, June 27th, starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. It's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. And yes, let's close the week out strong. We made it to Mice Down Drinks Up Day. We've got one more session to get through before we kick off the weekend and roll into a truncated week next week. I am excited and I'm grateful. It's great to see all of you, and I'm grateful that you are all here. Easy for me to say. Big bear hug. Good morning. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Jane, welcome back. Producer, have you noticed that for some reason today, everyone's name has an @ sign before it? Not going to lie, that's really throwing me off. I'm just going to say it publicly here. Restream, that was a stupid change that you did without informing or asking anyone, but we're going to fight through it. Jane, good morning. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Paul, good morning. Paul, how did the futures overnight treat you? It looks like we just kind of grinded up. It must have been a feed up day last night. Actually looks pretty good. Welcome back, Paul. It's great to see you. Shanlu Trading, good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome back. EKS, our guy, welcome back. Great to see you again. Thanks for all the stats that you add to the things that we're doing here. It's really appreciated. Ezra, good morning. Welcome back. Kayla, good morning. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Sun-Kissed Yogi, welcome back. Brandy, TV2, I thought that said TV at the gym, Brandy. I don't know. Brandy 2 grams, Brandy 2 game. I don't know what the name means. I feel dumb that I'm missing it. But Brandy, I'm happy that you're here. Good morning. Welcome back. Jonathan, welcome back. Hunter, welcome back. Good morning. Had a bunch of Coors calls and so happy now. Thank you all. Okay, Hunter, no problem. I know Coors was one of those days was a pretty good day trade. It was also a pretty good swing trade. And then, of course, we brought Adam Mesh on, who loves Coors. I can't wait to talk to him again. He's probably doing extremely well. I know the Story Trading guy has had some Coors as well. So we're going to start the morning off with a register ring. Really good stuff. Hunter, glad you're happy here today. Danik, good morning. Welcome back. Hoot, good morning. Welcome back. Quantum, Vortex, good morning. Welcome back. Producer, I hope you make it, bro. Godspeed. Yassine, welcome back. Day Trader, locked in. Good morning. Welcome back. Dave from New Orleans, let's go. Do me a favor, Dave. At some point over the weekend, have a beignet for me, because it's been a long time since I've had those. And I'm trying to be disciplined, but they are so delicious. Good morning. Hopefully everything is well down in New Orleans. Is that Squidell? Good morning. Graf, good morning. Nuvici, good morning. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing some of these names wrong. It looks different. Restream is dumb. Javan, good morning. Welcome back. Zach McCracken, good morning. Welcome back. eVTOL had big U.S. news yesterday. We can take a look at Archer and Joby. We actually discussed those in the happy hour yesterday. Harris, good morning. White Chocolate Mocha, good morning. JJ, good morning. Seahorse Trading, good morning. Atchaful? No. Atch. Raffle. Atch, I'm going to call you. Atch, good morning. Welcome. Jay Harris, welcome back. Robot, good morning. Hamid, good morning. Buffalo by Bicycle, good morning. Dirk is Sanchez, good morning. Sassy Butterfly Chick is back. What's up? Good morning. Young Zapita, good morning. Francine, good morning for the first time. Welcome, Francine. Hopefully you're having a wonderful Friday, and hopefully we make it better for you. Dave, welcome back. Ralph, welcome back. Robot, welcome back. Can you take a look at OST, which tanked 92% yesterday? I'm not sure why we would, but added to the list. You got it, Robot. Eva, good morning. Brandy, don't know what that is either. It just showed up. Okay. I tried, Brandy. Some stuff's going on with Restream. It's obviously none of our faults. Blanco, how is it Friday already? Yo, this entire month, I feel like, is going by really quickly, and I'm here for it. Bernard, welcome back. Eric, welcome back. Coors, yeah. Good stuff there. G-Cord, welcome back. Hamid, welcome back. I don't know what you're complaining about, Hamid, but whatever. Chill out. It's Friday. We're doing good. Joe, welcome back. Gabrielle, welcome back. Edward, Andrew, Laura, Dave, Maverick, Russ, Roxy, Nuvici. I think I already said that. Blanco, Mama Bear. Mama Bear wants to take a look at CYN. Yeah, that did a midday offering. We were telling you about that. Yeah, crazy. All right. All right, let's dive right in here. Let me get this all set up. We've got a couple of tickers on the list. Boom. Let me go ahead and share my charts here. We'll talk about it. There we go. All right, folks, the big news here, at least so far, in the pre-market, we have printed a new all-time high. Now, in all fairness here, we do want to have a new all-time high printed in the regular session. So it's wonderful that everyone feels great here. We're trading up here in the pre-market, yada, yada, yada. We still have the PCE print coming here prior to the open. So if that's really terrible and we end up selling off, we probably won't print this new all-time high, at least not early in the regular session. But that's what we're going for. That's what we're hoping for. And the most hated rally of all time continues. Now, we'll see what happens when we open up here. As far as levels, obviously the 613.23 level, I think, is going to be in play probably all day here today. Even if we do, with this being a Friday, even if we do continue to trade up, I would imagine that we're probably not going to go very far. I am curious to see what the total volume numbers are today after we get this PCE print. I think if it's a high volume day, that might kind of show that there's a little change going on. I think if it's a low volume day, it's just simply business as usual. That to me seems like what's going on. Anyway, we'll see how this goes here today. Really the only level that I'm paying attention to here today so far, 613.23. Do we close above that? Do we actually print that in the regular session? We can actually draw and come up with more levels as needed on that. But really good stuff here today. Here's a look inside at the SPY chart. You can see we actually just traded up overnight. We've been drifting higher this morning. And again, all of this is going to change or could change when we get that PCE print. So we'll see what we do with that. We'll see how the market responds to that. But let's cover some news. We definitely want to talk about Nike here today, too. I know we've talked and traded Nike before. They reported earnings last night, and they're trading up about 10%. So let's go ahead and do all of that before we get to Mark Petrino here today. First story here, U.S. stocks likely to open higher as Commerce Secretary confirms a deal with China. Nike, Worthington Steel surge amid upbeat earnings. So the U.S. and China have finalized a trade understanding building on an agreement that was reached last month in Geneva. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick confirmed the deal with China, which was signed 2 days ago, noting that the White House has immediate plans to secure agreements with 10 other major trading partners. The accord with China codifies terms established during his recent trade discussions between Beijing and Washington. Absolutely positive news, but I suspect that we will probably wait for the official announcement, especially since they're touting multiple deals in one. It's not just going to trickle out one by one. I would imagine that's going to be the event, and we'll see if it's a sell the event or if we rally from there. With as offsides on this event as possible, I could absolutely see us rallying a little bit from there, but we'll see how it shakes out. Producer, if you could do me a favor and stop the chat from Restream. I don't want to hear from them during the show. I'm trying to read the chat and participate with our viewers, not with whoever it is from wherever he is talking a whole bunch of stuff. So if you could get him to please kindly shut the hell up, we'd be in real good shape. I don't know. It literally keeps popping up and I can't see what people are saying. So I don't know if you can do anything about that, but oh my God, what is this guy's name? And I know you guys can't see it. Ali. If we could get Ali to please shut up. Stop talking, Ali. You are literally ruining the show. Okay. The 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.27%, and the 2-year bond was 3.75%. So it's good to see that continuing here. Here are some insights for you with July beginning next week. And I'm happy because we have been setting you folks up for this. I hope that it's going to end up working out and causing y'all folks to have some more money. We'll see. With July beginning next week, Ryan Dietrich of Carson Research highlighted historical data citing that the 7th month in the year has seen consistent gains for 10 years in a row. Quote, the S&P 500 has gained in July for an incredible 10 years in a row. One more, and it ties the longest win streak ever. Now, we had been discussing seasonality a lot in Happy Hour. One of our traders in there, who was also a former analyst, is big on a seasonality strategy, and he spent the last year really sharing tips with us on how we can use this, how we can approach trades, and how we can kind of figure out what to pick and when to pick it. One of the things that we have discussed here is that July, pretty much right around July 1st, I would say plus or minus 2 days is your margin of error there. Right around July 1st starts a period of tremendous seasonality. And in fact, the amount of winning trades is actually the highest percent of any other month in the year. Now, the caveat there is that the other month that's really good for this is November. November technically is viewed as a more bullish month, I guess you could say, because the amplitude of the move in November is much higher. In July, you get a higher percentage of winning trades, but it might not move a whole lot. November is where you really get that big movement there. So anyway, we're entering July here, 10 years in a row, and we have a chance to set a new record here. The graph shared by him showed that one more month of positive gains in the month of July will make this streak 11 years and equal another 11-year-long streak from the 1950s. Ed Yardini from Yardini Research highlighted that his firm has been observing and agreeing with the notion that the stock market rally since April 9th suggests that investors believe that the tariff issue is mostly behind us by the end of the summer. I've been trying to tell you this. People have been fighting me on it. And here we are. On April 9th, President Trump postponed his April 2 Liberation Day reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. Trump's tariff turmoil has had remarkably little impact on the forward profit margin of the S&P 500 so far. It has been essentially flat since the start of the year, but roughly a record high of 13.7%, he said. Meanwhile, Louis Navalier, friend of Benzinga here, and Tim Melvin, by the way, said that the AI theme is alive and well, best demonstrated by the renewed confidence in NVIDIA, which is taking semiconductors and software along for the ride. Quote, while longer term, the AI story is to eliminate a lot of white collar jobs, we have yet to see that put a dent in unemployment numbers. The offset is that the jobs will be going away because AI is cheaper, which should drive corporate profit margins higher. This also means that we should see some appreciation in these stocks when we get the numbers. That will be interesting. I know a lot's been made about Amazon recently. I know Andy Jassy has had some comments on what automation and all that stuff is going to mean for the workforce and all of that. And I know on the podcast circle, oh my God, AI is going to replace all these workers. What are we going to do? We have to pay them universal basic income so they can sit at home and watch TV all day. A lot that we still have to figure out here, but one of the first things that's going to happen, it looks like, is that this is actually going to be beneficial for companies. Now, next, EU, quote, ready for a deal, end quote, with U.S., but all options remain on the table. That's per Ursula von der Leyen. Von der Leyen stated that the EU is prepared for a trade agreement with the U.S., but is also considering other possibilities. She made this announcement after briefing EU leaders at a summit in Brussels. That was reported by The Guardian. Quote, our message today is clear. We are ready for a deal, end quote. Stated the EU chief, quote, we will defend the European interests as needed. In short, all options remain on the table. Way to say a whole lot of nothing with that. Von der Leyen also proposed initiating a redesign of the World Trade Organization. Oh, how about that? Citing concerns that trade wars and bilateral agreements are weakening the global trading system. Huh. You don't say. The European Commission, which represents the EU, its 27 member states in trade matters, is seeking guidance on how to approach the crucial negotiations with U.S. President Trump, has threatened to impose a 50% tariff on all EU goods from July 9 if an agreement is not reached. We got news yesterday. Not only are they looking for an agreement, they're looking to get that done really quick, and that should surprise exactly nobody. Joe Pito, Vandelay Industries. Every time I read Ursula's name, every time I think about Vandelay Industries and I think about George Costanza from Seinfeld, and it just puts a smile on my face. To me, I view this as a positive because I associate her name with smiling. That's just how I do things. You're not the only one to continue to think about Vandelay Industries. Nonetheless, despite the looming deadline, there are differences of opinion within the EU on how to best approach the U.S. talks. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz believes a swift and simple trade deal is preferable to a slow and complex one. However, French President Emmanuel Macron contends that agreeing to an imbalanced trade relationship would undermine Europe's long-term competitiveness. Producer, if you could do me a favor and reach out to any of your friends, see if Macron has surrendered in typical fashion. Just kidding. The EU's readiness to negotiate comes in the wake of Trump's decision to extend the impending 50% tariff deadline from June 1 to July 9. Trump stated that von der Leyen assured him that negotiations would commence swiftly, and he expressed his willingness to grant the extension. U.S. President Trump has warned that starting July 9, all EU goods could face a 50% tariff unless a trade agreement is reached. Currently, most EU products are subject to a 10% tariff, while cars and car parts face a 25% tariff, and steel and aluminum are taxed at 50%. Earlier in June at the G7 summit, von der Leyen criticized China for its export restrictions on vital raw materials used in production of cars, batteries, and wind turbines. She accused China of weaponizing its dominant position in production and refining critical raw materials and flouting global trade regulations to undercut rivals. This is part of the deal that the U.S. says is done, or that Lutnick, I should say, says is done. The minerals are included in that. So again, we'll see how that shakes out here. Seems like a pretty good development so far. These developments underscore the EU's commitment to fair trade practices and its readiness to defend its economic interests. As the deadline for Trump's tariff nears, the EU member states are debating their approach to U.S. talks. Okay. So that does that. I don't think there's necessarily, oh my God. Who is talking to this guy? Like, it's literally screwing everything up. Can we please stop? Can we please ask him to stop, for heaven's sakes? Oh my God. Okay. Let me go to the next story here real quick. Oh, yep. Here we go. Howard Lutnick, this is what I was just kind of touching on. Let me just get through this so we could go back and look at some charts if you want, and also discuss Nike's earnings here. Howard Lutnick confirms U.S.-China trade agreement, reaffirms White House progress to close deals with 10 other trading partners. The U.S. and China have agreed to finalize a trade understanding building on an agreement reached last month in Geneva. We already read that one. The accord with China codifies terms established during recent trade discussions between Beijing and Washington. A key component of this agreement is China's commitment to supply rare earths, critical materials used in a wide array of products from wind turbines to jet engines, like we were just saying. Quote, they're going to deliver rare earths to us, end quote. That's from Lutnick. He told Bloomberg News that in an interview. Also added that once the deliveries commence, quote, we will take down our countermeasures. End quote. However, the Chinese Foreign Ministry in Beijing did not immediately respond to Benzinga's inquiries. The China agreement marks a significant milestone, especially after both nations previously accused each other of violating earlier, quote, handshake accords. Yet its success hinges on future actions, particularly China's export of rare earth materials. Lutnick also informed Bloomberg that President Trump is prepared to finalize a series of trade deals within the next 2 weeks, aligning with the president's July 9 deadline to reinstate higher tariffs that were paused in April. Quote, we're going to do top 10 deals, put them in the right category, and then these other countries will fit in behind it. While he didn't specify which nations would be a part of the initial wave, Trump had previously indicated nearing an agreement with India. The president had also stated he might send letters dictating trade terms if agreements aren't reached in time with countries that are being sorted into their proper buckets. Sorry, I have to close this one more time. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not someone in the actual chat here. It's someone that works for Restream. Someone else on my team is having a discussion, and unfortunately, it's completely overlaying the chat, so I can't read it. So that's what it is. Yeah, day trader, we'll see. None of that has been correct so far. We'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out. Okay, let's go back to the chart here real quick, and let's take a look at Nike, because I think this is probably the biggest mover from overnight. Nike has a huge following. I know it's got a huge following on this stream as well as the happy hour. And we've actually done pretty well with trading this recently. Now it looks like we have another huge move here. I guess what I want to gather from the group here is there another trade from right here? Like, is this viable? Or is this maybe do we return back to that $60 support? You'll have to let me know. Nike shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 EPS results and sales. And again, you can see we were in this consolidation range that was really marked by like 60 to 64. I'd actually would tighten that up a little bit and say like 62, 63. We just had that one move to 64. It didn't really do anything. We've pushed off of the 50-day moving average. We actually closed this gap earlier where it looks like we're going to try and target this next gap that goes up to about 71. Oh, and look, lo and behold, 71.71 is where your 200-day moving average is. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nike continues to move higher here on the back of this. We still are not totally overcooked in RSI. You might be thinking, well, what happened here on the earnings report? Let's go ahead and talk about that, because the report itself was actually not very good. I understand that they beat last quarter. The bar was, to use a joke that came in the happy hour, the bar was so low it was under the ground and hard to trip over. But they actually had some pretty bad stuff in this earnings report, and it's still trading up by 10%. This makes me wonder if the bottom is in and if it's viable from right here. So let's take a look at that. We've got a good idea of where the chart is right now, where the stock came from. Let's actually take a look at this report here. Nike Q4 earnings, revenue beat, EPS beat, headwinds expected to moderate moving forward. Company playing sports offense. I see what they did there. I like that. Nike reported fourth quarter revenue of $11.1 billion, beating analyst estimates of $10.72 billion. The company reported fourth quarter earnings of 14 cents per share, beating the analyst estimates of 11 cents per share. Okay, so you beat the quarter there. Cool. Total revenue was down 12% year over year for the quarter. Nike direct revenues were $4.4 billion in the quarter, down 14% year over year. Nike brand revenues totaled $10.8 billion, down 11% year over year, and wholesale revenues fell by 9% to $6.4 billion. Here's a breakdown of some other sales by region. North America down 11%, Greater China down 21%, Europe, Middle East, and Africa down 9%, Asia Pacific and Latin America down 8%. All of those numbers there are poor. And so one of the discussions that we had yesterday was, well, why is this trading up then? Like, what's going on here? And from going through the report, kind of listening to what Elliott Hill, the CEO, is saying here, it really seems like they're saying, look, we've bottomed. We have officially bottomed. They also had a report later after the earnings first came out saying that they were going to be unaffected by tariffs. Now, two things there. Part of this is because they have a massive inventory problem. And actually, one of the reasons that the movement was so muted right after the report is because it appeared that they've done almost no work on that inventory. They have not been able to get rid of it. So the suspicion here is, well, they're going to use some of that inventory that they already have, and thus they're not going to be affected by tariffs. I think Nike sees the forest through the trees, that, of course, the tariffs were used as a dealing thing. I know some people don't believe it. It's time to wake up, folks. That's exactly what happened here. And it looks like Nike is actually kind of looking at that and saying, going forward, we're going to be okay here. The only caveat that I have about that is that if the inventory that they have was not selling because it's products that people don't want, I'm not sure that having all of that inventory of stuff people don't want is going to be really good for offsetting. So I actually think that represents another risk here for Nike. With that being said, if they turn any of these metrics around in their next earnings report, it should bode as a positive. And the other thing is we've examined the chart a whole bunch here. 60 is absolutely a key support level. Nike's done a really good job defending that. So as far as the chart goes, if they actually execute on some of the things that they're saying here, there is some upside. Just want to try and drive both points of this home for you. Okay, and I like this. Nike is off and running. Oh, well done. Well done there. Anyway, let me continue here. Inventories were $7.5 billion at the end of the fourth quarter, flat compared to the prior year. Like I said, they're not really doing work on their inventory. Nike ended the period with $9.2 billion in cash equivalents, and short-term investments. Quote, while our financial results are in line with our expectations, they are not where we want them to be. Moving forward, we expect our business to improve as a result of the progress we're making through our Win Now actions. Again, that came from Elliott Hill, the CEO. Quote, as we enter a new fiscal year, we are turning the page, and the next step is aligning our teams to lead with sport through what we are calling the sport offense. This will accelerate our Win Now actions and reposition our business for future growth. So again, this just kind of leads back to, hey, we've bottomed. This is the quarter. Remember, the market is always looking ahead. It's always pricing in the future price of assets here. So the market is kind of telling us too, hey, the worst for Nike might be behind us. And again, it is still, the last I checked here, Nike was still holding higher. Yeah, it is still holding higher by just shy of 11% here this morning. Nike said it returned $591 million to shareholders in the form of dividends and repurchased $202 million of its common stock in the quarter. Nike CFO Matthew Friend said the company expects headwinds to moderate moving forward. So your CFO telling you that, yep, things should be better going forward. All signs point to the bottom should be in, at least according to these gentlemen. Nike is expected to provide forward guidance on its earnings. We already know that. Okay. So there we go. So let me know. I'm curious. Let me know who is a Nike fan in here and who is not a Nike fan in here. Is this a short? Is this a long? Producer, maybe we should do a poll. What's the next good trade on Nike? And I'm talking about including the near 11% pop that we've seen this morning. What's next? That might be a pretty good poll. I'm curious to know on that. Recovering from Kaepernick still. I'm not sure they ever fully recover from that. What a disaster that was. Okay. It's time. It's almost 8:30 and it's a Friday. We're going to check in with our good friend, Mark Petrino. Let's bring him on and see what's rocking in Mark's world. Mark, happy Friday, man. How you doing today?
Hey, Ryan. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really good. Did you have Nike by chance overnight?
No. Nike? No.
I'm just kidding. It was just, this was kind of a surprise here. And I know this is something that we discuss all the time. Maybe we can take a look at this chart if we have some more time near the end here. But what do you got for us today?
Yeah. Well, just looking at Nike, I mean, I think it's probably going to run into some resistance pretty much right around where it is now. And the reason...
Go ahead.
Should I share my chart?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How's your golf game?
You know what? My golf game has been kind of a little bit on hiatus the past week because we've been dealing with these 100-degree temperatures. So I've tried to just go to the range a little bit and practice. I'm looking to play tomorrow or Sunday, and I am hoping for some. I'm hoping for some good news there. So I'll let you know next week.
All right. So if I just look at this Nike chart really quick, you can see some interesting things here. Now let's just kind of look back here and notice this phenomena, right? It's very common in markets where the level that had been a support level becomes resistance. So a lot of times when you're rallying and you're wondering, like if you own this position and you're thinking, where should I sell? Oh, look at that, former support level. That might be a good place. There's people who bought here who have been underwater this whole time. And now that they can finally get out at break even, these buyers, remorseful buyers, are placing sell orders. So if we go to the present time in Nike, you can see that there was support here and here, right around 68 or 69. And that's where it is trading this morning. So I would keep an eye on that for a potential breakout to refill this gap or some kind of a reversal. But given the tone of the market, it's probably going to break out and keep going ahead. It's really amazing to me that we're at all-time highs in the market, and Apple has not been participating. So you get a stock that's 1/8 of the technology sector, and the technology sector is trading at all-time highs. And look at that. It just hasn't been participating. And then if we look at Microsoft, which is just an absolute monster, just powering ahead there. And then also now NVIDIA is at all-time highs, or at least it hit them. Yeah, so NVIDIA is trading at all-time highs. So I don't really understand why Apple isn't participating. I don't know. What do you think, Brian? You got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Apple's got a whole bunch of other headwinds here, and I think it's going to kind of be delayed. I really think what's going on right now is it's less about like the tariffs in China and all of that stuff anymore, and it's almost certainly all about AI. Apple, without a doubt, the biggest laggard in the AI field. So I'm extremely unsurprised to see that its peers are being rewarded and it is actually lagging behind. We recently got news that Apple might actually form a bid for Perplexity. So it'll be interesting to see how the stock responds if that carries through. That would actually confirm or deny my thesis here. Mark, let me take a really quick break here just to announce the PCE numbers. This was the big data print that we were waiting for. Thank you, producer, for throwing it in the chat. Core PCE price index year over year for May plus 2.7 versus the 2.6% estimate. So that number a little bit higher there. PCE price index month over month for May in line at 1/10. USA core PCE price index month over month for May plus 0.2 versus the plus 1/10 estimate. And the the US PCE price index year over year for May in line 2.3 versus the 2.3 estimate. Now on the back of that data print here, S&P futures ticking down slightly, still holding on to 0.27% gain here in the pre-market.
All right, cool. All right, so I do a chart of the day, right? And I just wanted to go over a couple of these, or I should say a stock of the day. But let's talk about Estee Lauder. So will the gap refill? And that is a situation where the gap did refill. And it's an old expression, gaps tend to refill, and there's a reason for it. And you can see here, I wrote that article back here, and then the gap from over here refilled. Well, when a stock closes at one price and opens at a significantly different price, there's no trading in between. It looks like a gap on a chart. So that's where the name comes from, right? So one of the main reasons why we get resistance is because we have these remorseful buyers trying to sell things on the way back up. Someone buys something at 10 and it goes to 8, and they say if it gets back to 10, I'll sell it. Well, when you gap through price levels like this, if there's no trading, there's no one who bought. So if there's no one who bought, there's not going to be remorseful buyers trying to sell on the way back up. So when we get back to those same price levels coming in the opposite direction, you can move really quickly or gap right back through them. So I hear a lot of people talk about gaps refill, and they don't seem to really understand it. So I wanted to do an article about that. I also did Lululemon looking for a reversal.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, that was, let's see what day that was. That was, I don't know. It's back there somewhere. I take my word for it. Oh, there we go. So that was from a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. And yeah, so really kind of a simple premise is just that we got oversold. We got to a level that had been support before, so back in August. And you can see right here kind of what I'm looking for. We had a support level around here. And then when we got back there was support again. So people that sell over here at the bottom regret doing so when the price goes higher. And they say, if it ever gets back to my price and I could get my shares back the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So remorseful sellers from here placing buy orders here made the level become support. It was oversold. Oversold means something has been beaten down below its usual or typical trading range. A lot of trading strategies are built on the concept of reversion to the mean. So if something gets oversold or overbought, traders will come into the market anticipating a reversal. So in this case, you got this kind of double whammy thing going on. You're at a price level or close to a level where there's a lot of buy interest, and then the oversold conditions are going to draw new buyers into the market, and that sets the stage for a move higher. So I'm looking for something like that here. So we're at support and oversold.
Okay, awesome. You know, this is really timely, Mark, because one of the things that I like trading Lululemon, because when you catch it, it can be extremely profitable. And one of the things we were looking for there is that support there around 240 that cracked. It really didn't show like it was firming up at all. But when I look at your chart here, and I look at past performance here, yeah, I do. There's a trade in here. There's a long side trade in here if this can hold this same support that it had back in August. So appreciate this breakdown. This is actually one I'm looking to enter. No position right now, but I am looking to enter this to the long side.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense, especially given the tone of the broader market. It's always easier to go with the tide. So if the market's going down, it's a lot easier to find long trades than it is to find. I mean, it's a lot easier to find short trades than it is to find long trades.
Sure.
But yeah, so that should be considered. Then I think I don't know if we talked about it last week, but Valero reversed, and this is another one of my articles that we wrote about. So right when we got up to here, now this is like the mirror image of what we just looked at on support. This is buyer's remorse. People buy at the top, and then when the price goes down, they say, oh, I made a mistake. If it ever gets back to my level and I get out of break even, I'm going to. So we get back up to there. Then the next thing that happens is you have to understand resistance is a large group of sellers. Sometimes some of the sellers start to get anxious and impatient. Maybe they're afraid one of the other sellers is going to undercut them in price. So they reduce their price, and other people see that and they do it. And you get this snowball effect, which pushes the price down. So we got to this resistance, and we were also overbought. So that was an idea. That's when I thought, like, this is a thing that might reverse here. And then sure enough, on this day when oil went nuts, I thought we were going to get stopped out, but turns out that we didn't. And it got right down to here. Now, this would have been a logical place to have a target for support. And you can see this trade worked out really, worked out really well.
Yeah. I was going to say, how about that? It literally goes right down to the level and holds it there. Unreal.
Yeah. So the people who sold it back here are buying it over here. So that was, oh, there we go. So that was 8 days ago, Valero. And yeah, so I try to teach people something every day in my article here. I try to keep it like on the educational side. And this is what I talked about yesterday. Now, I think there could be a reversal in Micron, because we got up to the level that was support and we ran into resistance, like literally right there. Mm-hmm. And this is really mind-boggling. If you think about it, there's millions of people all over the world trading trillions of dollars, and you have almost an infinite amount of styles, everything from your day trader trading $5,000 to your $50 billion quant hedge fund that's doing high frequency trading. And yet you get these precise levels. But so one thing I noticed here was that it's overbought extremely. And we have this little, what we call a bearish engulfing pattern. Now, a lot of people get too caught up in, is it this pattern or is it that pattern? You don't really need to know the names of the patterns. You just need to understand the price action that they're displaying. So let's put it in a football analogy. So the blue team is moving the ball up the field here, right? And then on this day, yesterday, it looked like the blue team was going to keep going, because in the morning, the opening price was higher than the prior day's closing price. But by the end of the day, the sellers came in and just completely overpowered the buyers and pushed the price lower. Importantly, it engulfed yesterday's trading. It got through yesterday's open and close. Open and closes are where most volume trades, so there tends to be some support there. And we just blew right through them. So this is what we call, again, the bearish engulfing pattern, or in Western terminology, the outside reversal day.
I have a quick follow-up question for that, Mark. When you're talking about engulfing, like you just showed on that candle previous to the red one, do you include the wick or no?
Generally, no.
Okay. The reason I ask is because if you did include the wick, it would actually engulf the two prior candles.
Yeah.
So can you talk about why you don't include the wick? Is there a psychological component to that as well?
Well, just generally speaking, the opens and the closes are the most important prices,
Okay.
and the highs and lows are important as well. And again, this is it's an art and not a science. So most of the time, I would say I'm just looking at the body, but there might be a rare situation where you could be looking at the wick. Maybe one day you had like a really big move higher, and then we came all the way back. That might make that high of that day more important than a day like here where the high was barely above the close.
Okay.
So yeah, now another thing that I think is pretty cool that I looked at, which I would kind of encourage people to do because it's a pretty simple thing to do. So I'm going to put on the Bollinger Bands here, and the the standard Bollinger Band is based upon your 20-day moving average. So if we get above or below these bands, that's considered overbought or oversold. Again, a lot of these strategies are built on the concept of reversion to the mean. And I don't know why this is not working out here. Basis, upper. Okay.
Well, you have two, it looks like. You have two Bollinger Band studies added there.
Yeah, what I want to do is put one based on the 20-day.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and then put one based on the 20-week. Just bear with me 1 second. Yeah, so if we can look at the Bollinger Bands on two different time horizons here, one would be the short term and one would be longer term. The idea is to see if something is overbought in the short term and in the long term. So I'm going to make this, instead of 20 days, I'm going to make this based on 20 weeks. And where is week? Right there. So it's hard to see. I'll clean it up a little bit. But we got to a point where we're overbought long term. We're more than two standard deviations away from the 20-week moving average, and we're more than two standard deviations away from the 20-day moving or the 20-day moving average. So in other words, it's like extremely overbought, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
All right. So that would be the 20-day, and this would be the 20-week. So I think it's pretty cool. People that use momentum indicators, you can just kind of put two different time horizons on the same one and get some pretty good insight from it. It'll really help you identify extremes.
Okay.
Let me just make this a little. Yeah. So I don't know. That's one of the things I was looking at when I came across this. Like, wow, that is some pretty seriously oversold, overbought action. Well, if you can see down here, when we got oversold long term and short term, it was a great time to buy. So now might be the reverse kind of a mirror image.
Yeah, and we actually looked at Micron earnings yesterday. We said the same thing. This thing has had a humongous run. I think it was up 110% from that early April low that you see there on your chart. Literally 110%, I believe. Maybe 111.
Yeah.
105. Okay, so it just depends on how you measure it. It's up over 100%. Crazy in a very, very short amount of time. Sure looks like this is a resistance area. Sure looks like this would be a really good place for this to maybe take a break. Even if it wants to go higher, maybe it's time to take a break right now and consolidate.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be some kind of profit taking. Even a lot of people have a lot of newer traders. They think that the intraday action of a stock or of anything is really based on fundamental news or some kind of a story, and they don't understand. Sometimes I'll hear this a lot, like, this is a really good company, why is it going down? And bottom line is, it really good companies can go down a lot. In the internet bubble, Intel and Cisco were down by more than 80%, and those were good companies that made a lot of money. So company could have a great future, but anytime you get 100% move in a matter of 3 months, there's going to be some profit taking probably.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. No question. Okay, Mark, really quickly here, I wanted to follow up I'll just mention it here. Graf was asking, he asked Mike, but he meant Mark. Where does Mark write articles at? We put your Substack link in the chat. I also put it up on the screen. Graf, also remember, Mark writes for Benzinga's Edge subscription as well. But definitely check out his Substack. Really good stuff. And like you said earlier, Mark, you really into history, right? So you're drawing a lot of what you write about. You're actually drawing from lessons that we've had in history. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, this is a chart I love showing to people. I think I showed you guys last time, but this is just to illustrate how charts are psychology. If we go back to the early 1900s here, when the Dow Jones first started, the Wall Street Journal was founded in 1897 by Dow and Jones, and I think there was another guy, but they created this index to track the stocks that were going on. And this is right where it started. So right around 4070 was like the first trade ever. But just like now, back then, people experienced buyer's remorse, and you could see resistance at a former resistance level. And just like now, back then, people experienced seller's remorse. You can see support at a former support level. People say to me, like, how is it possible they get these same patterns? Because the technology is different, the people are different, the companies are different. I mean, back then, most people didn't even have electricity. And I would imagine you had to be pretty rich to have a phone. But the human psychology has not changed. And you can see, the same thing, resistance at resistance. If this chart wasn't labeled, you wouldn't know what it was. And I wouldn't either if we didn't have the time horizon down here. This could be a chart from now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this looks like stuff that we've seen all the time right now.
And then another illustration, which I think is really interesting, is how people like nice round levels. So this blue line here is 100 exactly. So in 1906, when the Dow Jones got to 100, all these people must have said, hey, go sell all my stocks. They didn't have ETFs or mutual funds back there. Then sure enough, we get back to 100 again, and it's the same thing. People tell their brokers, hey, if it gets to 100, go sell, right? So that's a pure human characteristic where you can't really explain it with fundamentals and earnings and so forth. Now, guess what happens when we get into the 1960s and the Dow gets to 1,000, and it's the same thing, right? I mean, that blue line there is 1,000 on the Dow Jones.
Yeah, so it just shows you that it doesn't matter what year it is, and it doesn't matter what product or sector is hot. Psychology will always remain the same. And as long as that's true, this phenomenon that you're seeing will repeat itself over and over and over again. And I think that's absolutely a key takeaway that we should have from this.
Yeah.
I do have one question here from the viewer for you, Mark. EKS was saying, why does he not look at volume to confirm some of these moves? Maybe you do. I know. I think he's asking because it's turned off on the chart. But what about that?
A lot of people ask me about volume, and I think that price action really is more important than volume. And the traditional thought is that if a trend is going along, whether it's up or down, and the volume is increasing, that it'll keep going that way. But I've seen plenty of markets where they've trended higher or lower on declining volume. So I don't put as much emphasis in it as some other people do. I mean, think about it this way, right? When the market was going nuts in early April at that big bottom, there was huge volume. It's been trending higher ever since. Now, there was massive volume back then just because it wasn't really an anomaly, because stuff like that comes along every couple of years. But you had this unusual period of massive volume. So as we're trending up there, the volume has kind of been declining. So, and the other thing you got to remember too is for every buyer, there's a seller. There's not like there's more buy volume than there is sell volume. What moves a market is who's more anxious, right? If 1 million shares trades, there were 1 million shares were sold, 1 million shares were bought. If the stock is up 3 points, it just shows you that the buyers are more aggressive or anxious than the sellers. In a bull market, the buyers go to the sellers, and in a bear market, the sellers go to the buyers. So that's kind of my take on volume there.
And I so badly want to hear what you have to say here on Voyager. I'm so glad you caught this and pulled this up. We're going to do that, but real quickly here, two things that I have to address. Number one, folks, this is a hill that I will absolutely die on. So if you just decide that you don't like me anymore after this, that's okay. No problem. I wish you and your family the absolute best. There will never be a period as long as I am breathing air that I will set my charts to light mode. Never. Mark, I love you to death. I'm glad that you can see it. I like how you change your colors to blue and red. That's great. I will never do this. Dark mode is absolutely the way to go. It is way better on the eyes. It is easier to see both when I'm presenting and when I'm not presenting. So I know that this is an argument that goes on the internet. I know everyone is very chesty about their opinion, and that's fine. And you're all welcome to have your own opinion, and that's fine. Just understand, this is a hill that I will literally die on. I will take my last breath on this hill, and my charts will never be in light mode. Now
what do you mean light mode? You mean you have the background?
The white background, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's more of a joke than anything else, because this is it doesn't matter if you're talking about video games, stocks, fashion, or makeup. When there are people looking at a screen share, it is light versus dark, and that is a battle that will go on to the end of time. So I'm planting my flag in the ground. I still love all of you, even if you're fans of dark mode. Real quick, so that was that. I just had to get that out of the way and make a joke about it. EKS had another interesting follow-up here. Volume is like water pressure in a pipe. So I think what he's saying there is that, like, when you observe volume to confirm a move, whether or not there's declining or increasing volume can actually help tell you if that trend is going to remain intact. EKS, I'm trying to summarize this for you, so if I'm getting this wrong, please correct me.
One of the times I do look at volume is like we did with this Charles River laboratories a couple of weeks ago. If you remember, we talked about that. So this is a situation where I'll look at volume because it could potentially signal a trend change here. So what happens in a situation like this is that the stock is going down and down and down and down, and this people who want to sell just get really frustrated just watching it go lower and lower and lower, and finally they just throw in the towel. And they say, you know what, I don't care about the stock anymore. I hate it. I want to just get rid of it. And you tell your broker, just go sell it. I don't care about the price. Make it go away. And as a result, you get this massive amount of volume trades. I think this was the most it's ever traded in one day for Charles River. So what happens after that is when the market kind of calms down and people say, you know, that news was bad, but it wasn't as bad as people think. That move was overdone. I'm going to go in and buy. Well, they come into the market and they have a hard time finding sellers because the sellers are all washed out. So as a result, they need to be willing to be really aggressive and bid higher prices and outbid each other. And that drives the price higher. So this is a situation where I would look at volume where you see some kind of a capitulation like this.
Yeah,
on the
and
downside.
And I agree with you, Mark. To me, when I look at that bottom candle, the candle immediately following the big red mother bar there, it's blue. It almost looks like it's got a hammer at the top there. It's that reversal candle right there at the bottom. When I see that with gigantic volume, to me, that tells me that there was likely a turnaround here that might continue for more than just 5 minutes. This might be a multi-session thing that we can trade. Lo and behold, I know in this case, we have the benefit of hindsight. Look what this stock did. We traded off of that 99.63 level back up to 140 in fairly short order. So that's one of the reasons why I like volume. There was another comment here regarding volume being way more important for some of these smaller short-term moves. Absolutely. If you're trying to capture a short-term move, you need that. And I think maybe it was Brandy made a comment there that about volume being less important for a swing trade. In my opinion, your entry on a swing trade, way more important than just the overall volume. Okay, Mark, really good stuff there. I definitely want to get to Voyager. If you don't mind. I know it's an IPO. I know there's not a ton of candles here, but is there anything that the chart tells you? Ticker VOYG.
Okay. But before we look at that, I just wanted to point out on the hammer thing, just to think about what's going on here. So the stock opens here, it gets all the way back down to there, but then by the close, the buyers push it all the way back up to around where the move started. So it just shows that there's an intraday reversal going on that might continue, and sure enough, it did. So VOYG.
VOYG, yeah. Y is in Yankee.
Let's see. Yeah, these are. It's tough when you see something that
I know.
doesn't really have a trading history. Um, but as things go forward, these levels will develop and mature, and you can just see that for as of now, there's been some pretty clear support right around 4260, and then you're going to get resistance right up there. So that's not surprising. So for whatever reason, this is where the buyers decided to come out. Obviously, it just started trading, so it's not a
Hmm.
former support or resistance level. But now that it's spent a little bit of time there, that's probably going to give it some importance. And here, there's a bunch of people who bought at, in this case, the close, and in this case, the open, and in this case, the close. And when the stock fell down, a lot of them were like, "Oh, this is, this sucks. I made a mistake. If I can get out at the same price I got in at, I'm going to." So when we bounced back there yesterday and
Hmm.
this morning, these remorseful buyers placing sell orders have created resistance at this level that was support before. So, but again, it's hard to really. The important price levels on an IPO a lot of times are like where it first hit the market.
Hmm.
I don't know what it priced at, but that would be important as well. So,
I
and you
think
could
this
even
thing
kind of
priced
see,
at like 35 and then opened at that 56 level.
really, wow.
Yeah, I think so. Let me look it up though, because I don't remember exactly offhand. Let's see.
Now, you
Yeah,
know who's going to be
it
mad
priced
about
its
that?
initial offering at 31 bucks.
The people that own Voyager that went public are like, why did you value my company at 31 if the market's willing to value it at 60 or 50 or 40? So there's probably some pretty upset executives over there at Voyager, despite the fact that they're making trillions of dollars. But
So here's the thing about this, Mark. We've been looking a lot at like CoreWeave and Circle, two really hot IPOs. And we've also had Voyager and Chime as part of those hot IPOs. Circle, I tried to compare this to CoreWeave. If you could actually just bring up CoreWeave first before Circle, because Circle is just a runaway freight train. CoreWeave was a little bit different. It actually popped early on, right around that IPO, and then it came back in. If you zoom out a little bit, yeah, then it came back in. Right there. See how it popped right at that initial IPO, and then it came back in, very much like Voyager, just on a little bit longer time scale. And then look at what happened. And,
yeah,
and, and I've noticed that, you've been doing this longer than me, but I've noticed for my time doing this, we often see this with IPOs. This is IPO volatility, where the stock might make a move right at the open, and then it kind of discovers a price level, and then the bigger, perhaps more important move comes later. And it sure seems like CoreWeave is showing us that.
yeah. I guess it just takes a little bit of time for the market to get confident and the word to kind of get out and get around. Like this company might have, there might be something to it. And then, yeah, the buyers come in, and it's kind of amazing. We're seeing a lot of things that look like this around the market. And then, what was the other one? Circle
Circle
CRCL.
CRCL. Yeah, that thing's just been a runaway freight train.
So it's almost like there's so many of them. I'm kind of just losing track.
Yeah, I
Um,
feel that.
Now, yeah. So real simple here. You can see one of the principles that we talk about. The level that had been resistance here became support over there. So it's not a coincidence. I mean, this day's the closing price was 199.59, and this day the closing price was 198.62. So literally within like a dollar of each other, of 100 and some odd $90 stock. But if something's going down and you're wondering, gee, where would be a good place to buy this? Or if you're someone who is long puts and you're thinking where would be a good place to cover? Well, a lot of times when you get down to former resistance levels, you find support. So that would be a logical place to consider that.
Okay. Okay, great. Some more stocks here. Let's see. Did someone else suggest one? I'm scrolling back to see if there are stocks, and I'm just laughing at the trouble that I caused by talking about light mode versus dark mode. Webcoin wanted to see SoFi, and then we'll do Target. Nick, you're asking about BGL. There's literally one candle there. I'm not sure Mark's going to be able to do a whole lot there. You asked earlier, how do you get into it? My answer is you don't. You wait it out until it makes sense. Plenty of other things that do make sense, personally.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark, what do you see here in SoFi?
Well, this is another one that actually worked out really well that I wrote about on the stock of the day back around here, because this is your classic ascending triangle pattern. and which tend to be bullish, and this one certainly was. Now, what the ascending triangle pattern shows is this: the sellers are okay with just kind of hanging out around this level, maybe around 14, and they're just like, all right, well, if the buyers come, I'll sell. If not, I don't really care. But at the same time, as time is going by here, the buyers are getting increasingly aggressive. They're willing to come into the market at higher prices. So then you get the higher lows. So the ascending triangle pattern is a graphical illustration of complacent or patient sellers and aggressive buyers. So that sets the stage for a move higher. A lot of times if something gets to resistance and you're wondering if it's going to break or not, if you have these higher lows leading into it, there's a good chance that it does. Now, not coincidentally, we break out. And where do we run into resistance? See where we're trading this morning and where we closed yesterday? The former peak from back here. So people who bought at this peak, who've been underwater ever since, are now taking advantage of the move to try to get out at break even. So this is why a lot of times when you get to a peak or a former peak, you get resistance again. There's another old Wall Street saying, sell at former peaks. And that's why, just like down here, we got to a former peak and we had resistance, and here as well. So this is probably, I don't know, probably ready for a little bit of a breather, just considering this move. I would think there's going to be some profit. There's a good chance there's going to be some profit taking.
Okay, that makes sense to me looking at that chart as well. Okay, go ahead and take a look at Target here.
All right, so what do we see here on Target? Well, I don't know. It looks a little just kind of neutral to me. But I would be looking there, which makes sense, right? It's 100. People like nice round levels. So if you're someone who likes to trade a breakout as opposed to a reversal, this is something you could have on your radar screen. Resistance is a large group of sellers. And as long as we're below that resistance at any given moment, these sellers could start undercutting each other and you could get a move lower like here. So a lot of traders use what we call a breakout strategy. They don't buy it unless it gets above the resistance. Because if it can get above that resistance and hold on for a little while, then we can infer that the people who created the resistance with their sell orders have left the market. They might have canceled their orders. They might have finished their orders. But anytime you take a large amount of supply out of a market, it sets the stage for a move higher, because if new buyers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers. And they're going to have to really jack the price up and start to outbid each other. So a potential breakout trade here, or strategy, I should say, would be if it gets to like maybe around 102 to jump in. That's where people would be thinking of if you're a breakout trader. So there's a lot of styles that work.
And it also looks like this formation here has a series of higher lows, which is almost kind of forming a triangle up to that breakout level that you have identified there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
to me, this does look like a long setup for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like another ascending triangle. We have to remember that it's very rare to see like a textbook pattern. So that's why it's really not important to remember what the names of the patterns are. What's important is to understand the price action that makes the pattern form on the chart. So here you got sellers put a top on it, but the buyers keep pushing up the floor.
Okay, one more if you have time. I know we're 2 minutes over. One more, we'll get you out of here. We cannot thank you enough for all of your time. Born wants you to check out QB, C-U-B-I. This is a stock I don't think we've ever pulled up here before. I see you guys asking for some more stocks. I will take a look at them. We can have Mark do it the next time we come back here as well.
So now, looking at this without knowing anything about it, I would just have to say that this is overbought, and it's also at this resistance level. So might be a little time for some profit taking there as well.
Okay, so even with the price just kind of peaking above that level, this is not enough of a clean break, and instead we're still, quote, at resistance?
Yeah, I would say that. I would agree with that.
Okay.
But of course, there's been a lot of stuff that's just been going crazy. But I just, with an initial look, without knowing anything else about this company, my guess is that there's going to be some kind of profit taking, and then maybe the resistance does break, and then that would be a breakout trade there.
Okay. Really good stuff there, QB. Yep. Thanks, Mark. We really appreciate it. You got golf coming up this weekend?
No, but I'm going to I've been I don't know, man. My short game has been pretty bad, so I think I'm just going to spend some time in my backyard with my wedges and try to figure out what the hell's going on.
That's not a bad idea. Let me know what you find out. I'm always curious on wedge work. All right,
Okay.
Mark, have
Thanks,
a good
everyone.
one. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next time.
All right.
That is Mark Petrino, folks. Let me go ahead. Here's my screen back. All right. We will take a look here at OST. You guys are asking what happened here. I have an answer for you, but I don't think that you're going to like it. I think that you're just going to kind of shake your head at my answer. But we'll check it out here. Before we do that, you guys remember 13 is on vacation, a much earned vacation, might I add, for both today and Monday. And you know what that means? We've got some more help here. I roped Kevin into joining us. Let's bring him on and see how he's doing. Kevin, good morning. Happy Friday, man.
Dude, happy Friday, Ryan. Happy Friday, Zingers, man. I'm excited for a great Friday. Hit that like button, guys, if you're ready to end the week green. I know I am.
Oh, let's go, Kevin. Let's go. I absolutely love it. First of all, I want to thank you for, on short notice, taking some time to join me here. Really, really appreciate it. Let's have a good one. Let's have a good day here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What's up, Pete? Zach, what's going on, guys?
Hey, all right. I love it. I love the energy here as well this morning. Really good stuff. Okay, let's take a look here real quick at OST. Let's see if there was someone that was asking about it. I'm trying to scroll up and find it here. I can't really. Anyway, several of you were asking what happened to OST. This is Austin Technology Group, and the stock is down 93.9% yesterday. It's down another 5% today. This thing was about $9 and is now 50 cents. I don't see any news on this. I actually took a look here while we were talking with Mark. I don't see any news here other than the volatility trading pauses. So the first thing that I did when I saw that, I went to go check what this company does. Austin Technology Group is a supplier of display modules and polarizers in China. Full stop right there. I've seen this with some other stocks before. This absolutely seems like a China pump scam where the company steals the money and you never hear from them again. That's what it looks like to me. I'm glad I'm not in this. I would never trade this. This is one of the reasons why we say be very careful with Chinese stocks, especially holding them overnight. If we get some more news here, we'll reassess, but this just looks like a complete and total disaster. Kevin, do you have anything on this by chance? I don't mean to put you on the spot. I know this was a tough one, but our audience asked about it.
No, listen, you're absolutely right on that. Without any news that's sort of supporting this huge sell-off right here, it does sort of seem like it's one of those manipulations from China that say, hey, listen, we pumped, completely rug pull, almost like a meme coin.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Yes, that's a really good comparison. This does feel meme coin-ish.
I mean,
meme coin-ish.
It dropped, let's see, it closed on Wednesday at 9:02, and right now it's going to open at 50 cents, 93% to the downside. That's tough, man. Everybody holding that. Oof.
Yep, it is. And Nick is saying here, this is exactly why I don't trade Chinese stocks. And you're absolutely right. I mean, look, this happens, and it's not, it sucks. It sucks. And one of the things when we talk here about like good stocks to trade and stuff like that, the last thing that I want to see is our community messing around with stocks like this, right? Like I'd much rather have us trading something like what you guys were asking for: Target, SoFi, Apple, MicroStrategy. These are real companies that are going to be volatile, and you're really not. I mean, Peter Schiff badmouths MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor every single day, and we don't see candles that are minus 93%. So it's just, stick to the stuff that makes sense. You'll see enough of this, or God forbid, you'll be in one of these, and that will be the only lesson that you need to not touch these again. Okay, Kev, we normally run through the movers here. I'm just going to do that real quick. What I would rather do is I would rather start getting a discussion here on the stocks that people want to see, and we can kind of take a look at the charts. I'd love to hear what you see in some of those charts. So I'm just going to run through this list here real quick and try to give us as much time for that on the other end.
Most definitely. And I know Nike also had good earnings. So we'll get to that too soon.
Absolutely. I can't. We covered the Nike earnings earlier.
Right.
I think there's going to be more trades there. I want to hear you break down the chart. Let's absolutely go back to Nike here in a little bit. Okay. First one here. This is going to be LCFY. And interestingly enough, this is actually ripping. This was not on my list when I first sat down here. Yeah, we just got a PR 9 minutes ago here. Local 5 partners, our leading U.S. reputation platform, plans to scale its development of AI-ready search solutions. Okay, really quick, just on the headline there, it looks like this is an AI throw-in into the PR, and we're getting a little bit of a juice here. This stock is up $6. This was a $2 stock that's up $6 here, up 236%. Let's take a quick look at the short interest. We did get the new reading. Thank you, News Desk and team. 8.08% of the float short. There's literally 800 shares held short. There's nothing here on the short interest. The stock does, on average, only trade 18,000 shares. Today, we've traded almost 18 million. And this thing has a micro float of under 1 million shares. So this, to me, just seems like a low float. Got a piece of PR here. It's just running. I would use technicals only on this trade. This is absolutely not something that I would want to hold overnight. I'd be very, very careful. How many times have we seen companies just like this make a huge move only to do like an offering midday here? Let's see how they're doing on their cash. They got none, folks. They got none, and they lose cash every quarter. This thing ripe for an offering, ripe for some type of cash raise. Be careful, LCFY. You got anything on this one, Kev?
Looking at the daily, we're opening into a spot of major resistance. This $10 to about $12. When we look back, every time price moves up, we hit this almost like a wall and we end up moving lower. $10, that's a key psychological level. A lot of people who are already in this are looking at it. A lot of people who are looking to get out are looking to get out over here. I'd be careful at this point.
I completely agree. That's very, very well said. And indeed, you can look at the price history and figure out exactly what this thing does. Okay, next on the list is going to be BBLG, and this is Bone Biologics. And what a pre-market session this thing has had. Bone Biologics shares were trading higher after the company announced it filed a U.S. PTO patent, RH-NEL-1. So this is patent news. This caused BBLG to pop here. We actually have a pull down here that completely retraced this move. We're currently sitting higher here by about 52% in a 6 handle, but we had already completely retraced this move. If we take a look here at the share structure here, another micro float, which is probably why this thing ran in the first place. 544,000 shares of volume. This thing is normally a ghost town at 38,000 shares of average volume. But today, on the back of this PR here, we've got 19.5 million. Also says Bone Biologics announces pricing of a $5 million public offering. There's more news that I have in here. Looks like this came a little bit later. Oh, there we go. So that's why I pulled back. So this to me is hilarious because on the last stock, we were just telling you, hey, be careful. There might be an offering. The very next stock that we review popped and already released the news of an offering. Kevin, what do you think of this? This looks dirty to me.
It does. But I'd sort of watch. We've been taking out the highs lately. We've been trying to hold recent lows. I think if it could break 675, you see how we broke 660 from May 20th. We broke that just recently. So I think if we could get above 675, we might be able to make our way towards about 740.
Okay. Be careful with this one. The good news on this offering is already out of the way. So maybe you won't have to wait for one of those. Okay, next one here, another catalyst. This is ticker INMB. This is Immune Bio. Immune Bio shares are trading higher after the company revealed top-line results from its Mindful phase 2 trial. You can see this actually popped yesterday in the after hours, popped again here today and set a new high on that, but has since come back in. The news came out after the close yesterday, obviously. Today, Scotiabank reaffirms their buy rating on INMB. Quick look at the short interest here. This is interesting. 38.48% of the float shorted here with 11.62 days to cover. Right on the surface there, that means that this is absolutely possible to have a short squeeze here today. We'll see if that continues. We take a look. The average volume of this is about 500,000 shares. Today we've traded 10 million. Float here is near 19 million. The drug that it was for an Alzheimer's drug, which often Alzheimer's products, treatments, drugs, the whole 9 yards, those often cause stocks to pop. We have come in a little bit, but we're really holding to where we initially popped yesterday. With the high short interest on this name, this one might be on deck for another move higher. What do you think, Kev?
I agree with you. I do think it's on deck for another move higher, but we're going to have to see that volume when the market opens. I'm really big on making sure that volume follows through with price. If we see price moving higher, but that volume isn't giving us some type of relative strength along with price, that's a huge red flag for me. That says, hey, guess what? This pump might not be supported. Get out of the way.
Okay. Really good stuff. And we were talking about volume earlier. Several of you mentioned how important the volume is for some of these smaller quick trades here. Kevin outlining that perfectly here. Charles is asking here, is Kevin the one who recommended cores several weeks ago? What do you think on the CoreWeave announcement? Was that you, Kev?
CRWV. That was one that I announced.
CORZ, I think, is what Charles is asking about. They had news with CoreWeave, which caused it to pop yesterday.
Yeah, so absolutely. That was one that I mentioned if it was part of NVIDIA's holding. So when I covered NVIDIA's earnings report with Paul Meeks, we covered that NVIDIA, yes, they're a growing company. They're super strong. They're leading AI, but they also have a very strong portfolio themselves. And cores, maybe along CoreWeave, CRWV, that one was one that they were early investors in before they even IPO'd. And I believe that was late March. In late March, they IPO'd for about $39 a share, currently trading at $160 a share. That is CRWV. And we looked at it when it was trading about 120, and I mentioned that it probably had room towards 150.
Okay, and that's for CoreWeave then, CRWV. So we're still thinking, okay, so, and this here sitting at 160 after this little bit of a pullback. Does look like this selling has slowed down. Really quickly here, Izzy mentioning that this was Ben from Story Trading on CORZ. Indeed, the Story Trading folks were on this. But I got to say, just out of respect, don't forget, you know who had it before the Story Trading boys? Adam Mesh, who joins us here all the time. He's talked about cores a number of times. It's great to see a whole bunch of people in our community absolutely getting rewarded here. Again, if we take a look inside yesterday, you can see exactly what happened. Huge pop that actually continued to trade higher into the after hours. We're doing it again here today. They're trading higher after the Wall Street Journal reported that CoreWeave is in talks to acquire the company. So, Kevin, where do you think this is going? We've got a question here from Charles. Cores,
that's pretty massive. Charles, great call on that. I mean, cores right now, CORZ, trading at 17.19 right now, pre-market. If we're looking at the daily on yesterday's time frame, we opened at 12.39. We closed 32% higher at 16.36 with extremely strong increasing volume. Guys, this is one that I would definitely look for some continuation today. Maybe look to target that next $19 level. The next major pivot we have is from November, and that's at 1863.
Okay, really good stuff there. I'll tell you what, I love seeing all of the wins here. It looks like a lot of you, Jonathan, up 40% on course. Oh, that's nice. Great. I love seeing the community win. That is absolutely fantastic. Okay, I'm going to flip over to the main chart now, Kevin. Let's go through some of the stocks that folks wanted to take a look at. OST was one of them. CYN was another that was mentioned here. This was I'm actually going to go back to an intraday chart here. CYN, this was one of the runners yesterday. Shout out to 13. I know he's on vacation. Hopefully he's got a drink with a little umbrella in it already. He had said yesterday, guys, watch for a possible offering. And then we got one midday here. Now, if you're going to trade this here today, I think this is all technicals. Personally, my opinion on this, I'd look for something else. It feels like this is all done here. But again, if you're going to trade this here today, I'd look for range breaks. I'd look for support areas and try to trade it off that. Kevin, do you have anything here on CYN?
On CYN, I don't have anything marked up right now. I could pull it up real quick, though. First glance at it, it's definitely, let's see, CYN, definitely a tougher one to trade, looking at the current price action. We did have that pop yesterday. We pulled back. Volume did increase with it, but that could have been a lot of selling. Did we check the short selling on it?
We did. Sorry, really quickly here. We got another offering this morning, by the way. The short interest per your request, 2.66% of the float shorted with 1.42 days to cover.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'd watch it. I'd be careful with this one. Right now, we aren't really near any key levels. We're rejecting the $40 level from yesterday, it seems. I would really watch it to stay within that previous day's range between like $15 and even as high as $35.
Okay,
You know?
and really quickly here regarding the new offering that we got here this morning. Yesterday we got an offering. Yeah, there was a bounce in here, and if you just drew a fib from the start of the move to the actual top, I mean, it really doesn't even. It's not even hard to really draw that one. This actually did behave pretty well between the 0.618 level and then the what's this other one, the 0.382 level. So it basically bounced clean off of those levels. But look what it did right after that. It resumed the downside trend, right? It rolled over, actually went lower. So if you're going to trade this today, maybe you think, hey, we're going to bounce like we did yesterday after the offering. Okay, maybe we do, but be careful and pay attention to what it did the last time. Offering could be another 2.3 million shares based on the dollar value, or the dollar value, excuse me. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. CYN. All right. Next here on the list, Izzy, I think you asked about CRISPR. Was that you, Izzy? Pretty sure it was. CRISPR, this is going to be one of our gene editors, and this is probably the best in breed of the gene editors. This is definitely a Kathy stock, or it has been in the past. I'll be honest with you, it does actually look like this is put in a bottom. We had talked recently a lot about some of the smaller ones like MTLA and EDIT being some pretty good trades when we got some of that news. CRISPR here, probably best in breed. I will say the recent price action here on CRISPR, incredibly positive. Maybe we'll call that support 36, 35, 36, but we really kind of come up off the bottom here. We did a test of the 200, and it wasn't until the second time that we were able to test this that we were able to break through. After that, we actually back tested the 200-day, and now we're starting to push away. This type of price action, in my opinion, is extremely constructive for another long side move. So I'd be looking at this. I think CRISPR, your next big spot here, probably 55. Likely going to find some resistance there at 50, which was also a former resistance area, as well as one of those round numbers that often carries a psychological component to it. I do like seeing how the volume has really started to increase recently. We are overbought though. So if we continue to trade sideways here, or if we back test and hold the 200, I think this is all signs go for a long side trade. You got anything on this one, Kevin? CRSP?
You know, I couldn't agree more with your analysis and your breakdown on that, Ryan, because I was right about to say we were coming up to that 50. That's looking good. But for the moment, because we're looking for day trades, maybe, right? I would look to see if we could break that previous day high, which is at 47.55, and see if we could break that and make our way to that prior day high, which is Wednesday's high at 48.48. So if we could break 47.55, I'd want to see that volumes building up, and we can maybe take a quick scalp there. What would that measurement be from previous day high to the next high? That would be about it says 2% move, 93-cent move on CRSP.
Okay. Awesome stuff there. Really good job given a trade plan. And by the way, that level, that intraday high that you mentioned yesterday, take a look at that. That exact same level still acted as resistance in the after hours, and then again here in the pre-market. So I think you're on to something here, Kevin. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe what did you have as the target? 48.50 as the Yep. Okay. That's as clear as day off the chart there. Now, Izzy, you were also mentioning that this had a bunch of news here today. Wainwright reiterated their buy, maintained the $65 price target. JP Morgan Securities reiterated their outperform and maintained an $86 price target. Really quickly, let's pop over to the analyst ratings here. Your most recent ratings. So the ratings here in June, 82, 81, 65, and 86. That's Chardon, Needham, Wainwright, and JPM. Those are some pretty good ratings here telling you that, hey, this might be an $80 stock. So, okay, really good stuff there. I like the plan there for a particular day trade, Kevin. Really good job outlining what we should be looking for here early. Let me go to the next. Did you have anything else? Can I move on to the next one?
Yeah, no, I think we're good for the next one. I do like that you just pointed out, though, those ratings, because if it is giving it a nice rating of $70, $80, and it wants to make its way even to 60 from its current price right now, you bought around 47.50 and made its way to 60, you're looking at over a 25% return on investment right there.
That's a pretty good trade. That's a pretty good swing trade, especially if that happens in short order. So, okay, good stuff there. Really quickly, before we actually cover the next stock, I did want to take a look at Eat It. How about that? Eat It recently. We talked about this one being another kind of a smaller price gene editor. This too has pushed off its bottom above its 200-day and back tested it and so far held. That might be another one to put on your list in sympathy. And then the other one that I mentioned there is going to be NTLA. This is Intellia Therapeutics. This one has not yet captured its 200-day, but again, looks like maybe this is pushing up off the bottom. So perhaps the gene editors here have actually bottomed. We might have some trade opportunities for these names. Okay, next one here I wanted to take a look at was App. This is App Lovin'. We're going to take a look at this because we really don't want to have our friend Lion Atlas have a heart attack. He's been looking at this for a long time, and this has actually been a pretty good trade. Now, looking at App Lovin' here, this one is pretty easy to me. I suspect that 350 is going to be one of your key levels here today. We're currently at 352. Looks like we were kind of using this as resistance yesterday. We've popped above that, so let's see if we can hold that. We've pulled off of the pre-market highs here. The pre-market high, I'm just going to call it 354. That would be another level here. And then I would also say that maybe 357, a pre-market high back from Wednesday of this week, might also be in play here. Was there any news on this? Let's say, I didn't see any news on this. We did get a price target raise. This was yesterday from Piper Sandler, 455 to 470. Stock is 120 points away there. Let me do the same thing I just did. The most recent ratings here, the ones for June, that is 400, 460, and 470. That's Piper, Morgan, and Piper, Morgan Stanley, and JP Morgan. Two Morgans in there that are a little bit different. So looks like there is some more move or room here to the upside. I do kind of like the chart right here at 350. My only concern, let's make sure that this doesn't continue, because we definitely have the makings of a head and shoulders here on the daily. And if we're continue to break down from this 350 level, we might actually go down here and test 200, maybe even 250. What do you think, Kev? APP?
Yeah, so it's just marking it up. I do think we have some room up until about 358.16. So 358.16, 360 area. That was a major area that was support at some point on Friday the 13th, June 13th. It was support again June 17th, Tuesday. Then we broke below it on June 18th, Wednesday, and we used it as resistance. Then we used it again as resistance on Wednesday, June 25th. So that's a pretty strong point I would want to watch. If you want, I could share my screen for a quick sec. It's up to you.
Sure, go ahead. Oh, you can always leave it up there too. We can go back and forth.
Cool.
Couch says it's not a head and shoulders. LOL. Okay, bro.
Okay. So this is from pre-market analysis, hourly time frame. This is the point I was watching right here, because it does seem as though this was a point of support. If we extend it back a little bit, I always want to watch to see historically how has price reacted to this level. I see we were resistance when price was below it. We were support when price was above it. And this went on for quite some time, and now we're back below it again. So I would look to see if we could find some resistance there, see if maybe a lot of people want to try to buy off of the break of this high right there, and they get trapped in the market.
Okay, love it. Absolutely love it. Good stuff there on App. Lion, what is it that you were doing on this one? I know you had leaps, but I couldn't. Were you adding to this recently? I can't remember. I couldn't remember exactly what you're doing. Remind me what your trade plan is here on APP. I know you're still into this one. All right, one more here. It looks like we definitely have time. Let's do micro strategy or just strategy here. Ticker MSTR. Another one of our favorites, at least recently. Here, let me go ahead and throw this back on here real quick. Oh, you know what? I think I can just do that. Oh, look how easy that is. Kevin, we're going to keep both the charts up here. We're just going to rotate back and forth, and I'll help do it. Okay, MSTR. So going all the way back to when this thing first made its initial run, we actually identified 383.40 as a pretty decent support level. And several months later, here we are really kind of consolidating around this level. If we zoom into the recent price action here, we've done a good job getting above the 50-day moving average and holding above that 50-day moving average. We're currently above 583.40, but we would really like to maybe recapture 400 and then test this recent high back from May, I believe this was. Yes, May 9th. This was up here right around, I've got the wick up here at 431, but realistically, this was a little bit closer to 420 in terms of that resistance. So the way I'm bullish on Bitcoin, like my own slant on this is that I like Bitcoin and I like some of these stocks. I am not in the Peter Schiff camp. I think Michael Saylor's a genius. So I think as long as this holds above 383.40, a move up to 420 makes a lot of sense. I'd probably just use this as my stop if I was doing a short-term swing trade on that. We're running out of time here, Kev, but what do you think on MicroStrategy?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. We'll swap it out. That's so much fun.
Yeah, isn't it? It's so easy to do. That's perfect.
Very cool. So I had this major resistance zone on MicroStrategy since November of 2024, and that's between 400 and 450. Now, I know it's a wide zone, but this sort of gives me an idea to say, hey, when we enter this point, we don't want to take any trades. Because up until now, for the past year of price action, every time prices moved here, we sold off from that point. We found very heavy sellers. So if anything, at this point, we're trading around 385. I would like to see us get back to the top of this recent range we're in. Our recent range is between, we could throw a demonstration, between 360 and, like you said, 420. So if we could try to buy those lows of the range around 370, sell the highs around 420, I think that's a fantastic range to trade on MSTR.
Okay, sweet. There's your breakdown. We actually got to all of the stocks that I had on my list as well. Well done. Let me flip over to the main workspace. We'll get the scanner rolling. Let me know. Oh, you know what? I actually have to load my scan. That's right. Let me know what you folks are. You know what? Hang on. Let me actually reload my layout because I actually think I changed this. Just give me one sec here real quick. Boop. And then we're going to load the one from the 24th. Okay. Should be all set here. Good luck. Ryan, I bought share. Okay, this is regarding app. This is what I was asking you for. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan, I bought shares on the short report and also bought Leap calls, and it's working great. I think app is going to print big, so you think it's going to go higher here. Okay, my scanner completely lost all of the stuff, so let me go ahead and set this back up. Sorry, Kev. Let me put your screen back on there while I go ahead and do this.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want, I even have a little something up here. So we'll see if there's any news feed, anything coming up that's relevant. So right now, some SPY US PCE price index came in this morning. Looks like it hit expectations. LCFY just had some news as well. Let's see. Shares are trading higher after the company announced its partnership with the U.S. reputation platform to scale development of AI-ready search solutions, and that is LCFY. We were looking at that just before. LCFY.
Yeah, to me, that actually feels like it's just one of those AI PRs that's kind of like fluffy.
Gotcha.
But let's see. I could easily be wrong on that. Let's see if we actually get some performance here on LCFY today.
Yep. No, they throw AI into the conversation and try to help their stock move, right? Everybody's got AI.
That's exactly right. And we've seen that happen with not only the AI theme, but many other themes. This is not a new thing for us here.
Yep, absolutely.
All right,
somebody also mentioned gold. Guys, gold has been on a pretty big, strong pullback, and I'm just covering this while Ryan's pulling up what he's pulling up. But gold is another one that's sort of range bound right now. We could see our range, and we know that there's uncertainty in the economy, right? We know that there's wars going on that's sort of escalating. Then there's a ceasefire. Then there's no ceasefire. Then there's a trade deal. And now there's another trade deal. But as we know, until me personally, guys, until I hear news come out and it lasts a full 24 hours, it's not breaking news yet, because things could change on a dime lately. And we want to be so careful with that when it comes to the market.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I sometimes you have to read the forest through the trees, and it's hard. It's being made hard by some of the folks, frankly, on TV. Okay, got it back here. CYN. So we did have an initial move higher here. This was post that second offering. It's doing a good job. I've got the VWAP here at 22.36, so we're doing a pretty good job holding that. We'll see if we can push back up to the 26 area there on CYN. I'm passing on this, folks. I'm not going to mess around with this here today. I feel like I'm just going to get myself in trouble by doing that. So I'm not going to trade CYN here today, but I will continue to mention it. Looks like it's going to try and make a move towards 26 right now. INMB, this is another one of our movers. Yikes, this is moving lower here. Oh God, Buru. That was one of SRFM. There were several folks trading this yesterday. This actually did a pretty good job coming back and then holding. Now higher we go. We actually tested going above the pre-market high earlier. That was above $4. We'll see if we can make another run towards that. SRFM actually looks pretty interesting. Tuna, where was this on your list? Does this have a good rating here today? Just curiously, I'll pull your list up here in a sec. And then GCTK also getting mentioned here. This might make a move back to its VWAP.
So what are we looking at? GCTK?
Yeah, I'm just flipping around on my scanner here so far. I'm also going to try to pay attention to the unusual option scanner here. Didn't see much that I liked yesterday. Hopefully we get something here today. GCTK giving up its VWAP there. Day trader, I got SRFM in the pre-market with the offering closed and it behind us. Probably pretty good. It's actually been pretty good since then. Lion mentioning watch Verve. Are we going to get a trade set up here in Verve? VERV? Actually, this does look like this might take out yesterday's high. Maybe we'll get a bittersweet symphony here. Who knows? Hold rating issued on Verve amid Eli Lilly acquisition. This was an... Yeah, I don't know if there's another trade here, though, Lion. This was acquired, right? Yeah, this was acquired for up to $13.50 per share. I don't know if there's a trade here, Lion. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, looking at what was it? VERV?
Yeah. I was just reviewing the news here because I think that this is just a takeover.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Even if we were looking price action wise, there's no news to it. It's got very, very poor volatility, ATR. It's really not giving that good of an opportunity. Let's see. Daily time frame, we had that crazy app higher with volume from Monday, June 16th into Tuesday, June 17th. We gapped up about, let's see. We gapped up from close to open. 76% went from $6.27 to $11.04. So in my opinion, whenever I see gaps like this, I know that there are a lot of traders saying, oh, we got to fill that gap. As soon as we get below this price, I'm going to short it. So with that being said, I want to look for the inverse of that. Knowing the fact that 90% of retail traders failed it, that they say, then I want to look to see what the inverse of what that majority are looking for, right? And a gap fill is a very common strategy. So until I could see some proof that we are actually filling the gap, I usually like to use these big zones as imbalances because at the moment, price has never given volume the opportunity to fill at this point. So if we were to move to 1075 and people had passive buy orders at 1075, they're going to get filled and they're going to be supported there. So that's what I would look for on something like VERV if I was looking for a trade setup there.
Yeah, I think this probably just resolves a little bit higher as the buyout goes through. But if we maybe we'll get some more news that the buyout gets canceled or something like that. I mean, who knows? I know that the headline that we got from Novo Nordisk and Hims really sent that stock spiraling. Really quick, folks, the results are in. We actually ran 2 poll questions here. Shout out to the producer for being on top of this. Nike poll results. What's the next trade on Nike was the question. Long, short, or not sure. I like seeing this. This tells me that you folks are thinking about this. 41% of you said not sure. Maybe Nike's not the stock to trade as we just made a huge move higher into a resistance area. That makes sense to me. 33% of you said long. 25% of you said short. That was actually pretty good participation there. So it looks like not sure with the honorable mention there to long. And then for the chart setup, I didn't even know producer did this, but he outdid himself. Chart setup, dark mode, light mode, or gradient. more good participation in this poll, and dark mode winning hand over fist with 73% of the vote. Light mode bringing in 20% and 6% of you having some fun by selecting gradient. So, producer, appreciate you. That was awesome. Glad we got that settled. Nike continuing to trade higher here, now up 15%. Just actually tested 72 right there.
Yeah, Nike's looking good. Nike looks like it's popping with volume, popping on earnings, and it looks like it might have some continuation here. I mean, we opened and Nike just continued. First 5-minute candle had extremely good volume in comparison to previous days of trading. First candle gave us a 2% move on Nike, almost a 3% move on Nike right there as well. So wouldn't be looking to short this, guys, right? They like they say, you don't want to catch a falling knife when we're selling off and you want to buy the dip. Well, we don't want to short something that's rallying so strong, right? The trend is always our friend.
And generally speaking, I like to say that I don't like jumping in front of a bus, which is what it feels like if you're trying to short something that has momentum to the upside, particularly on the back of an event like earnings. Tesla, by the way, this thing dipped hard out of the gate towards 320 and has been bouncing so far. BT being mentioned here by thinking about it. This is right at its pre-market high, right here at 214. Maybe this takes it out and goes higher. By the way, quick check-in at Bitcoin, 107 on the futures chart is actually down from the morning high.
Nice.
By the way, looking at the market here, S&P futures ticking up towards the highs here. Remember, we did get that PCE print. We sold off a little bit, not right in the moment, but we kind of drifted lower. Now we're pretty much right back to where we were consolidating in the pre-market. We did it, folks. It is official. We have printed new all-time highs in the regular session. Look at that. New all-time highs. So for all the folks that were saying, oh my God, tariffs, the market, we're all in trouble. How does it look now from the new all-time highs, folks? How does it look now? Pretty good, in my opinion.
Ryan, I love it, man. I love it.
Look, I woke up this morning. I said, it is going to be hotter than hell again here in Chicago. It is Friday. We're going to have a great day. I pounded coffee. I did some push-ups. I got all this energy ready to go here. So I'm excited. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, that's awesome. Keep it going, man. Let's keep it running, dude. I like S&P futures, dude. That's my wheelhouse right there. I'm going to pull up real quick. I do have a small possible setup for us, guys. We're actually retesting that setup. I'm personally going to be taking an ES long contract on futures here, and I'll show you guys the trade I'm taking. I'm looking for ES futures long. There, if just filled me. If it goes and stops me out, that's okay. But I'm looking for this red zone was a resistance area. I want this to hold as support now. So now I'm in a long position, one contract. I'm looking to target new high of day up here because I want to follow that trend we've been trading with. Now on my right side, I have the NASDAQ. On the bottom right, I usually have the weighted index down here. I'm going to show you the chart that I usually stream and trade with. And that would be ES, the S&P 500 futures, the NASDAQ. Then I have bottom right is the weighted index. Now that's a majority of the top 10 stocks on the ES and NQ, Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Meta, and AVGO, because these top holdings have a strong impact on direction when it comes to things like the NASDAQ and ES. Guys, look at that bottom tick entry right there.
That's amazing.
Huge. Look at that, Kevin. Ryan. You like that?
I do, actually. I don't trade futures. This to me is, I'm actually looking at this as a lesson right now. I don't trade futures. I've never really practiced it. I just stick with stocks, but this is really good stuff. That was a great entry there too.
Thank you. Yeah. So this would also be if somebody was looking to trade along with me and they don't trade futures, they would trade SPY. So if I was going long on ES, you'd look for a SPY call contract. My only issue with this current trade right now is our weighted index is looking a little weak right now. The good thing, though, is we're above our previous session high on the weighted index, and NASDAQ's also holding a key level. So something I like to do is I like to use the footprint chart, and I like to see where our total volume is on our footprint. So we see our point of control is moving higher with volume, with price. Now price is moving higher along with volume. People asking about NAOV. Let's get back on those stocks for you guys.
Got it for you right here. NAOV, we just took out the VWAP. Literally right now, I've got the VWAP at the same spot here in my broker. 118 is going to be that level there. We're pushing 120. There was actually size there that they were hitting. So that's real. Let's see if they take that out here. Looks like we're pulling off that 120 spot a little bit. Yeah, there's still some pretty good size there. I think if this takes this out, you're probably looking at 132 as your next level, maybe 129. That's going to be one of your standard deviations away from the VWAP here. That's coming in a little bit from this pre-market high, but here we go. This is coming right back on. I want to watch the battle right there at 120. That's kind of what I'm waiting for here. They're trying to push it back up. I think if this snaps 120, we probably pop. There are more prints there at 120, more coming here. And there we go. They took it. Here we go. 129, 132 going to be your next resistance area. I would trim at that level if we get up there. Nice little break there.
Wonderful, wonderful. Guys, I'm probably going to scalp this contract. And the reason for that is because, you know what? So real quick, I'm going to show you guys. I like to watch, like I mentioned, I have the weighted index, but I also have another chart that shows me those top 6 equities. Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, Amazon. Right now, they're all trying to hold support, except Nvidia. Nvidia is selling off pretty hard right now, and that has a big impact on things like the ES and NQ. So when I see something like that and it's going in the opposite direction, I want to try to be patient to hold my position, but I also want to listen to the market. And if it's giving me a clue that, hey, we have some weakness right here, then I'm just going to take my profit, manually exit, and call it a day. Now, we could wait the 30 seconds for this 5 minutes to close, or we could just close it out right there, lock in $112 and resume as scheduled.
I'll tell you what it seems to me that what allowed you to actually make that decision was the crispiness of that entry. I mean, if you bottom tick that, you've got a lot more that you can kind of just wait there. You got more profit there having such a good entry. Really quickly here, what does he have? Top 10 ES and what 2 other? I can't remember what you said.
Yeah, so we had so for the weighted index portion, that's all of those tech. So like, let's say you only have 2 monitors or you only have 1 monitor and you can't have all these different screens up. Instead of needing a whole separate screen for these stocks, you could combine them into one chart, and you could do that on most platforms, TradingView, Schwab, things of that nature. So when you add them together, what I like to do is I'll look up what percentage is the top 10 holdings on ES and NQ. And it'll tell you, let's say 8.5% Microsoft, 8.18% Apple, 7.5% Nvidia. Now, I made this chart, I think, about a year ago, so it could be updated at this point. But I really liked it. It's been consistent with me. And it gives me some sense of direction. Look at that, guys. We are continuing higher on that trade. I got out. I took my profits. I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that. But it's looking like it's ready to continue higher again. That would be SPY calls. But another big red flag, in my opinion, is how NASDAQ is in this resistance point. And whenever I see NASDAQ in resistance and ES at support, I know these two are supposed to be trend trading together. So when one is at resistance, which means it wants to find sellers, and one is at support, which means it wants to find buyers, I know they're going to be butting heads, and we're going to have a much more difficult time trend trading.
Okay, by the way, real quickly here, NAOV, it did peak above that VWAP, couldn't really push up towards that 129 level that we were looking for, holding right at VWAP, but we'll see. On the other hand, though, LCFY, this did break the pre-market high. This actually went up towards 14. We didn't quite print it. LCFY, looks like this is breaking higher here too. Who was on this one? Jay Wild, you on this one? Okay. Who else? Someone else was on this one too, I think. Amazon getting a mention here. What's Amazon? Where's Izzy at? Amazon looks like it moved. Yeah, this just moved higher right out of the gate. I got to think this is trading with the market here. Maybe this does break this high and go higher here. 221 and change.
Yep. Amazon currently is the one with most relative strength right now, if we were looking at our equities. So guys, a good way to find which, if you're looking at large caps or just your stocks in a watch list, a good way to figure out which ones have the most relative strength isn't so much to look at the dollar change, but look at the change percentage, because each stock is going to have a different ATR, which means it's going to have a different percentage change. So if we want to find something that has momentum, the percentage change is where it's at and where we want to be looking for. So right now, I see Amazon is up 1.8% on the day right now, Well, that's the highest on my watch list. AMD is also 1.89. So I would look for calls on those two if I was bullish on the market sentiment. Whereas something like Tesla, that's negative by 0.05%. Microsoft is near break even. I would leave those alone.
Now, first of all, Tess saying that the China deal huge for Amazon, indeed, and I actually expect more movement on Amazon as we find out more about that. Really quickly regarding Tesla, to me, what would it take for your position to change on Tesla? Because the way I see this here, we dipped right out of the open. Buyers are saying no, we don't want this to necessarily go lower. We actually traded back up through the VWAP here. We're basically almost at this 326, which is about where we opened there. Yeah, just about. So what would it take for you to change your sentiment on Tesla intraday?
I mean, that's a tough one. Right now, Tesla is really, really range bound. If we're looking at, this is the daily time frame, and then we'll break it down to like a 2-hour and a 4-hour. We see this was a point of support. We were below, it was resistance, support, resistance, and right now we're trading within it. So I always call that a no trade zone. If we're in a support or resistance area and price is failing to break out of it, that's a no trade zone. We're most likely range bound, and I want to leave that alone. Now that we have that idea and we see that we're in that range, we could zoom in a little bit. Let's say go to a 2-hour time frame and mark out some key levels. Now I already do have some marked out here on Tesla, but the first thing I do see is a supply zone right here. This is on the 2-hour time frame, and this worked as resistance. This blue zone, I do see it was support intraday for quite some time. Then it was resistance intraday. So right now, because it was, I would sort of look to see if Tesla wants to push off of this to the downside, off this 325, maybe make its way towards 320. Now, if Tesla can flip above 330, that would be huge. That's the only way I would be back on the buy side of Tesla right now.
Okay, so 330 is the target there, and that was actually an area yesterday that it ran into some resistance. Okay, good stuff. Appreciate that.
You got it. You got it. Good stuff for sure.
Guys, here's AMD real quick. I know this is one that we've been talking about recently. This has been another really strong stock. Lion, I can't remember. Are you in AMD here? Maybe I'm mixing that up with some of your other positions, but AMD looking pretty good. We actually stopped right at our pre-market high yesterday here on AMD. The last time we tried to talk about AMD together, I got frustrated because I tried to show you, it happened again. Oh no, hang on. I've got a better plan for this. See, Ryan came prepared today. Ryan came prepared today. Tom, please tell me that this one's not going to
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I appreciate that.
Here, I'm going to mess around. I'm glad you're here, Kevin. I'm going to mess around with my broken charts here real quick and see if I can fix this.
Do your thing, guys. Drop some chart recommendations. Let me know what we're looking at. Guys, if we come back to that ES trade setup I was giving you before, oh my goodness, that 6208 bottom tick, and it just continued from there. That was a zero drawdown trade right there. Those are the best kind of trades. I'm okay with the profit I took. Again, I'm not confident in these current market conditions. As traders, we want to be confident with whatever we're looking at to tell us, okay, this is in my setup, this is in my trade plan, I can follow through with this. This is not in my trade plan because we're at a tough point on NASDAQ. Look at NASDAQ has been stalling out for the past 4 candles while ES has been trying to move higher. Thank you. We got HIMS. We got some recommendations on HIMS, CRMD, Apple. We'll do a quick run up on Apple because that's a very nice large cap. Then we'll drop over to HIMS. I really liked HIMS as a buy under 50, but we'll take a look at that in just one moment. Right now on Apple here on the 15-minute time frame, I'm looking at key levels of 199.43. So we could basically call that 200 and then 205, right? And we could see that whenever price is trading within this range, it's very range bound. We would look to sell the highs, buy the lows. So at this point, again, just like Tesla, I would want to be careful on something like Apple right here. Markets are trying to hold bullish. So overall trend, I would want to be bullish. We also had HIMS. Take a quick look at that as well. Bull chart is good. Guys, make sure you're hitting that like and subscribe button. Me and Ryan are dropping some gold today, guys.
I was going to say, we're getting a ton of requests. We're hitting all of them. Please, at minimum, hit the like and subscribe button. Absolutely,
yes,
Kevin.
Yes, sir. And join us Monday. I'm going to be back Monday, guys.
Yes,
we're going to have another run at this. Awesome, man. Awesome. So here we go. HIMS below 50. So that's great. Let's mark out 50 right off the bat. So we have that level marked off. 250. Double click, make sure we put it on the exact. And now we could sort of thicken it up a little bit. We'll make it we'll make it yellow. Call it our golden level. And we'll watch that 50 key psychological level. Anywhere underneath, in my opinion, is a buy. Now, if we throw our fib tool up from the low to the high of this trend we had when HIMS sort of went parabolic back in, what was that, January to February, we do see how we're reacting to those 78s, the 61s, and now the 50%. So again, on HIMS, I'd really look to see 42. That's a great place to buy. We already rejected and held 42. If we could hold back above this 45, 46, then we might be trying to create some higher lows and make our way back towards that 70 and new all-time highs.
So we're actually in the gap here now. Also, one more thing on HIMS. I don't know if it's going to be on Kevin's chart because this is something that we've reviewed on a day-to-day basis here. HIMS from that all-time high, we pushed right back up to this trend line. Look, we're in the gap now. Possible gap fill up here. We also have a trend line. This is going to be at about 62, so low 60s for a potential target here. I think this is great if this can keep trading up.
Yeah, HIMS is really, really a good company. In my opinion, it's been consistent. We've seen the stock price react consistently, trade consistently. The volume hasn't really died down like we see on a lot of stocks once they do start to fail. I do like HIMS in the long run. And again, buying over here $49 a share, if they do make their way back up to at least 72, you're looking at a 46% return on that.
Lion here saying HIMS is going to fill the gap, so that actually looks pretty good. One more thing here. I don't know if you guys saw this here. Remember, HIMS really fell out of bed when we got that newsprint about Novo Nordisk no longer allowing Wegovy in that HIMS partnership. Interestingly enough, we got more news here recently that Novo Nordisk is going to partner with Weight Watchers for Wegovy. So I don't know what happened in there. I don't know what kind of drama was going on in the back, but they basically left HIMS and went to Weight Watchers. Weight Watchers, I believe, is ticker W. Oh, no. This got bought out or something like that. Yeah, it used to be WW. I think that got either bought out or rolled up with something else. I found it interesting. I found it really, really interesting. It's like, oh, we're not going to do it with HIMS anymore. We're actually going to do it with Weight Watchers now. We'll see how HIMS responds. I agree. I tend to agree, Lion. I think it is going to close this gap. Remember, it's not just the weight loss drugs. It's also the manland drugs, I guess, and then also the hair drugs.
Yep. Awesome.
I bought HIMS on the huge drop. There you go. Class
Good.
action coming against HIMS concerns me.
I didn't hear any news on that. Ryan, have you heard anything about a class action?
No, I haven't. I was actually going to say, what else? What's in there, Brian? What's concerning? And Nick is asking, is Weight Watchers private? I believe it is. Here, let me look it up. I didn't see didn't see the ticker for that. Give me 1 sec here. And you know what? Let me put your chart. There you go. You got it.
Yes, sir. Guys, check this out, man. If only I held that trade, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda when it comes to our best trades. But that's all right, guys. We got to be comfortable with the trades we take. But look at this, 4-1. We bottom ticked that entry, and it is still just continuing in our direction. Fantastic. Exactly what we were looking for. And really, guys, just overall, I was trading with the trend of the market, right? We've been seeing higher highs lately. We've been seeing higher lows. So I don't want to trade against that. When we opened up and price tried to shoot lower at that 930 candle, I knew that there's a good chance we find support. We have 6,200. That's a key psychological level on futures. If we hold that, there's a good chance we want to rally. And boom, there's that what would have been my take profit, because I do like to go for new high days as take profits right there, 62.20. QQQ, yep. So QQQ following SPY, they do tend to trade together. That would be the NASDAQ as well. Fantastic. Good stuff, guys. BBAI, BBLG offering. We take a look. BBLG, I think we looked at that one pre-market.
Yeah, we did.
Well, yep. Awesome. Yeah, look at that, guys. That one opened and it sold off. Let's see. Sold off before we even opened. We actually opened right down at 604. So I'd be careful on something like BBLG. Clearly, it didn't have enough volume to sustain this move. If we want, we could throw our fib tool up from the low to the high of the impulse move. And what I like to do when I use the fib, guys, is I like to look for the 50%, the 61%, and the 78%. And that's sort of our golden zone, our golden entry area. But if we fail that 78, which we have already, I would be really careful to say, okay, there's a good chance buyers are starting to fail here. We could also throw up our volume profile, another very important and helpful tool when it comes to trading. And I do see that we did have good volume at these price levels, which does give me the thought that, okay, if we can manage to get back above 550, if volume starts to pick back up, which is necessary during the New York session, then I think we can go higher from here. At this point where price is currently trading, how volume is currently trading, I would say no trade on BBLG at the moment.
Yeah. The other thing here, so you were talking about this not really having the volume to sustain. One of the reasons for that is because they released an offering shortly after the newsprint. So early this morning at 7 a.m., they said that they filed an application for one of these regeneration therapies with the U.S. Patent Office. That was at 7. That popped the stock. And then at 9:10, literally 2 hours and 10 minutes later, they announced a public offering of $5 million. And that's what sunk the stock there. So your overall conclusion of not trading this, I would stay away from this too, Kev.
No.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Sky, SKYE, 580. Okay, we can take a quick look at that. Look on the daily time frame. Now, this is one I would consider, but be a little careful with, right? Because when we mentioned volume continuing with price, well, we had our breakout candle here on June 23rd, Monday. We broke above that pivot high at 248. We hit highs of 317, and then we were able to continue higher for a few candles in a row, right? So our trend is currently bullish on SKYE, but check out the descending volume. We have descending volume on a uprising chart. I'd be very careful with this. I'd zoom out and look to see if we're running into areas of resistance. I do notice an area of resistance right here. I can mark that out, extend it to the left or to the right, and see how price reacts every time we enter this zone. It was support, it was resistance. Now that we're trading back into it, I would leave the stock alone. I'd either look to short this zone and target the next key psychological level, so short around 536, target around maybe we'll do previous day high is always a nice target as well of 467. But I would be careful. If I was looking for longs on this, I would need it to break this 590, maybe get towards about 600, retest, and go long from there. But right now, I would not touch SKYE at these highs.
Okay. Good morning, 13. Good morning, Zingers. I chose a hell of a day to take a vacation. Yeah, you did. The day you chose is the one that we set new all-time highs. And as we speak here, SPY actually taking out that pre-market high and trying to go higher here. 614.66. I've got 614.69 as the high print here. It does look like we are trying to go higher here. All right. Let's see what else we got. What else we got here? Tess wants some thoughts on the PayPal chart. This is one that we got asked about the other day as well. Let's do that. Let's do the PayPal chart here. This is a stock that I actually like. I use the product here on PayPal. I don't want to offend anybody, but it does look like we have an inverse head and shoulders here. Sorry if it doesn't meet your criteria. It sure looks like we have one here. 75 is going to be your key level on PayPal. We're still waiting for that to break. The last time that we talked about this, we talked about it moving through 75. It didn't do that. And in fact, it's basically traded sideways here and held the 20-day moving average, which I think is good. Kevin, I'd like to get your opinion here. To me, it seems as long as we can hold this 20-day moving average, as long as we don't have any negative catalyst that's really going to bring us lower, we got two big tests coming up right in front of us, 75 and then 76, 72. If you want to call that 77, you're more than welcome to do that. But the 75 key level that we've identified and the 200-day, if we can break above that, I've got the next resistance level here, 79, 77, let's call it 80, and then a potential gap fill here at 82 and change.
Dude, you spot on. I got the same levels. I got the same points. Let's swap over for a brief second, right? So trend lines, we're looking at some highs, some lows. We have, like you said, we have 75. We have that 79. We call it 80. These are some major levels we could look for intraday. Now, PayPal is one that always surprised me that, why hasn't this stock been able to pick up steam? I don't know about you, but I use PayPal. I know a lot of people. So why would this stock fail to be a consistent, sort of banking company where it sees consistent growth? We have earnings. We see their earnings reports over the past few reports have been a double beat last August. Let's see, it was a beat on earnings, miss on revenue, double beat again in February, beat on earnings, miss on revenue. So I guess it's really going to also come towards this next earnings. If we could get a double beat on PayPal, then I would like to see us hold above this 75, make our way towards 80, and even towards this gap fill up here around 82 to 86.
Okay, some of the things, and by the way, folks, so really quick, I'm going to throw in a real quick pro lesson here for any of you that have pro. Kevin just asked me a really good question. You're kind of asking, what's the deal with PayPal here?
Yeah.
If you're ever not sure, and we're talking about one of these bigger stocks, Lion, take care of yourself, man. Enjoy the weekend, boss. All right. Stay safe and enjoy the weekend. If you're ever looking for like both sides of this, like to figure what's going on here, I highly recommend the Bulls Say and the Bears Say little modules on the overview tab. Excuse me. PayPal Holdings faces a negative outlook primarily due to the potential impact of a deteriorating macroeconomic environment. This is one of the things that we have been talking about that really just it hasn't materialized. Jay, you had just said here, dip buyers are relentless. Indeed, they are. I understand that people might be tightening up a little bit. That might have affected PayPal. There was also a woke issue last year that might have brought PayPal down. Personally, I think the company is totally past that. But he goes on to say, furthermore, heightened competition and challenge in renegotiating contracts with major merchants could hinder growth in the late half of this year. I agree with that competition angle. Kevin, do you use Venmo and PayPal? Do you use a Cash App or something like that? Like do you use any of the competitors, or are you predominantly PayPal?
Ryan, don't tell PayPal, but sometimes I do use Venmo and Zelle, but don't tell PayPal.
Me too. That's my whole point. Me too. And I think everybody does that. I mean, the reality, Kev, if I owed you money for something and I said, hey, do you take PayPal? And you said, yeah, bang, I PayPal you. We use that. Okay. But not everybody I talk to has PayPal. Not everyone actually uses PayPal to buy things. My Shopify account is hooked up to my PayPal. So if anyone steals it, they don't actually steal my checking account. Thank God. So there's like a number of different things in here. But again, like just with some of that, I think that that's actually going to normalize. I think that we're going to resolve higher than this. To my view here, I think if we check back in 6 months, PayPal probably close to $100, definitely higher than where it's at now.
Yeah, I'd love to see PayPal back towards 100. That would be fantastic. I was just looking at the ES making new all-time highs. Well, ES futures not at all-time highs, SPY at all-time highs, new high a day, and it is just continuing. We had Michigan consumer sentiment came in at 10 o'clock, and that's what gave us the second strong pop here. If I am looking for a re-entry myself, guys, I'm waiting to see if we could come towards this low volume node right here towards what's that, 62.18, about 62.17. If we could retest that, I'll look for a new long entry, target new high a day again. Really just looking to follow that trend today. Yo, you got it, Tess. You got it. Guys, let us know. What do you guys like better, Venmo or PayPal? And somebody pointed out another big fact, right? PayPal does have a lot of hidden fees. I don't know if you transfer from PayPal to your account, but they do take a pretty substantial fee if it's above even like, I think it's $500 and they take out 15 of it. So it's like, that's sort of wild. Whereas something like Zelle, if you Zelle somebody $1,000, they get the $1,000. There is no fee in something like Zelle. So it is something to consider.
Yeah, I don't do any payment where my recipient doesn't receive the full amount. I figure out a way to get around that. And Brian here, or I think, God, I'll tell you what, I'm sorry because the name thing that YouTube decided to do without telling anybody really kind of screwed things up here. I don't know who this is normally. B. Keishan. Venmo is PayPal. PayPal has owned Venmo since 2013. The point that I was trying to make about that earlier is that there is plenty of competition there. And I understand, even though Venmo is owned by PayPal, Kev, you did a really good job. You brought up Zelle. Zelle has no connection to PayPal. There are plenty of other competitors in this exact space. Cash App, long term, I still like this. I still like this.
No, absolutely. A lot of people asking for SoFi. We could run SoFi real quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. HIMS 51. Tesla is popping. Oh, we got a lot to cover. All right, here we go. SoFi. Now, SoFi looks good, guys. We're on the 5th day of green continuation, and we have volume remaining higher and higher and higher as well. I think SoFi, if it could get above the 1750, it might make its way to a new high. Look at that guy. SoFi new. Is this SoFi's all-time high at 1842? No way. No, I didn't think so. No, we had all-time highs way back here around 28.32. So I'd look out for SoFi. I'd watch this momentum, and I'd also keep an eye out for earnings, which comes up in, what is that, early August. And I'd also keep an eye on any news or articles about SoFi saying if anything is going up or down or anything going on in their company that might help this move right here, right? Because volume's moving higher, price is moving higher, but can they get something eco-structure-wise in their company to support this as well? Because that's how we know we have a strong growth stock right here.
Okay, good stuff there. Really good stuff there. What's up, Alex? Alex says, what's up, chat?
Yo,
love it. What's up, Alex? Nice to have you here.
What's
you
up,
guys
playa?
Look at BB. Say that again.
I said, what's up, playa? What's up, zingers?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Can we take a look at BBAI? Is the question here. I think that's Masrur. Yes, we absolutely can here. Here is BBAI. We dipped right out of the open here after a very, very strong day yesterday. We're pretty much right back up to balance. I really think that this is going to need to take out 590. Yeah, we're pretty much right there. 6 is definitely going to be a key level, just as a lot of the round levels are. Right there we go. So just now, just literally as I was talking, we were flirting with that intraday high from yesterday that we battled at earlier here. BBAI, this looks like this is going to try and go higher here. I'd watch for a 6 move.
Yeah, I like BBAI. This looks good. 650 even might be in range for today. 628 also. It's got good volume on the daily for the past few days. It's been building up. It's been pushing higher, breaking previous day highs and continuing. Looks all right. It broke the $5 range, came back, retested $5 and held it. So that's pretty good. It's making its way towards 6. If you could break and hold 6, it could definitely make its way towards 650 and then near that $7 area.
CYN here, by the way, this is rolling over. So we talked about this one. This did the offering midday that was called live by 13 in the pre-market. Pretty awesome. This rolling over here. They did another offering here this morning. We talked about this maybe bouncing and rolling over again. Well, guess what? It's bouncing and rolling over again. Anthony saying, I don't recognize anyone in the chat with the usernames. Me either, man. I don't like that they did this. Apparently it was a YouTube thing. And oh my God, market continuing to rip higher here. SPY, Hughes, Dow, all at the highs here.
Amazing.
Beautiful. Indeed. Amazing indeed.
Beautiful. We're watching, guys, this past year. If you've been trading, even just this past year, you started trading last year or when Trump got elected, you are watching a historical market action, right? For us to sell off from all-time highs earlier this year, January, February, because of the tariff uncertainty, all-time highs, we sold off over 22% on the S&P 500 up until April, early April, where we had our Liberation Day. We had some trade deals come in. We reversed, and now we're back at those all-time highs in the same year. That is huge, guys. These big recessions, these big corrections, this is where momentum, this is where millionaires are made, they say, right? There's a quote by, oh man, you know which one I'm talking about?
Not offhand, sorry, man.
No, that's all right. We'll figure it out. It's that legendary investor. His name's even drawn. Can't even think of it right now.
Paul Tudor Jones, Warren Buffett?
Warren Buffett, that's it. Warren Buffett. He said something about how corrections in the market is when the most generational wealth is made.
No question. And we've always talked about really wanting to buy really good companies at discounted prices. That actually means that sell-offs are good in the market. We've joked a lot about how the stock market is the only place that when good stuff goes on sale, people are worried about it. It is what it is. Okay. Mike Katan, I recognize your little avatar. No one else has an avatar that's like that. So that I recognize. Your name could be Betty Sue, and I would still recognize that it was you, I'm afraid. Okay. SVRE, I was just seeing this one here, was just taking a look at that. Sorry, I accidentally clicked off of that. SVRE, this thing is moving. This was not on my radar. I did not hit this one. Huge volume spike here as this thing goes up to 354. The last piece of news we have was from June 18th. So I don't know if this is a room pump or something that's going on here, but huge move here in SVRE. Honestly, if I'm in this, I'm probably ringing the register on this one. Let's see if we can find what type of, this basically right back up to that consolidation area. This to me seems like a sell level. Maybe it gets to 4, but after the move here, this would be a register ring.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, I love the soundboard, dude. I absolutely love it. And in fact, 13 has given me some new sounds that I need to put on it. Maybe I'll do that here this week.
Nice, man. Guys, don't forget, I know there's enough of us in here. Run that like button up. I want to see a strong like button on this Friday, guys. We're ending the day very green.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we are only 30 minutes in, 45 minutes into market open.
And again, Kevin, love that you were able to join us here on short notice. Really appreciate that.
Always, man. Always a pleasure. Pleasure trading with you, streaming here with you, and being part of the Benzinga community, guys. This is awesome.
It
awesome.
sure is.
And don't forget, guys, follow us on Instagram. Is just at Benzinga. I post every few days, every other day, and I like to cover when we have Michigan consumer sentiment.
I didn't even realize you're the Instagram guy.
I am.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. I'll tell you what, I'm a little embarrassed that I didn't know that. And I kind of just exposed myself here. Sorry about that, but awesome stuff.
Oh, good. Well, awesome. I'm glad you noticed.
NVIDIA here, by the way, watch 157. We actually might pop out here and go. NASDAQ here also still at the highs. So NQ still popping to the highs here. Real strong stuff here.
Were we looking at NVIDIA or NQ? Yeah, all-time highs, man.
I'm thinking NVIDIA here pops 157 and keeps moving.
Honestly. Yeah, let's see. Let's pull up NVIDIA. Let's have some fun. It's one of my favorites.
All right.
All right. Let's see. We got our VWAP moving higher, price moving higher, all-time highs on NVIDIA as well. This was another one that I mentioned when it was below 100. That's a fantastic buying opportunity. And that was just, again, same time, early April. Guys, this is 2 months ago. And from those lows, let's not even measure it from the way low. Let's be realistic and measure it from the $100 point. $100 to where we're trading right now. Well, we don't even need the measurement tool because from 100 even to wherever we are, we're at 156.68. That's a 56% return. That's huge on something like NVIDIA that's known to be overvalued sometimes. A 56% return in 2 months is a wild return. Right now, currently on NVIDIA, because we've been in a beautiful bull trend, markets have been pushing higher. Volume has been pushing higher as well. Really only be looking for longs. I'd be looking to see, okay, previous day high is broken. We closed green. Previous day high is broken. We didn't close green on this candle, but we still closed above that previous day high. And that helps give me that bullish momentum to say, okay, looks like we're going to continue. Yo, James, have a great week. Have a good one. Kevin, no, I love NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a great stock. I think we were talking AMD before, but no, I love NVIDIA.
No, we were looking at NVIDIA. Jay, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? I mean, come on. You were looking at NVIDIA as a proxy for the futures trade that you were in. You explained it very, very clearly. I don't know what the problem is. I really don't.
Nah, we're cool. Everybody's cool. I love to see it. We're doing all right, guys. Any tickers, don't forget, drop it in the comments and let us know. And if you're making some money today, you're ending the week strong, make sure you run that like button up. We do love to see it. And don't forget to join us this next Monday. I'm going to be here with Ryan as well, hopefully to repeat. We'll go for a three-peat at some point on just winning days after winning days. Really great stuff. Ryan's got great analysis. He is the Benzinga Pro, and that is what we like to see. And
I'll tell you, you say three-peat, and my brain immediately goes to the 90s Bulls that won multiple championships and had 2 three-peats. So I'm going to take that as an absolute positive there. Let me ask you, I'm going to put you on the spot here real quick. Do you think that we trade up here on Monday? I know we don't have a close yet today and anything can happen, and that's fine. But do you think we get any continuation here on Monday, or maybe a reversal of the action that we've had?
I mean, listen, man, I'm one to always say trend is our friend until the trend proves to us it's over. Right now, we're on day number 5 of a green day. I'm not fighting that trend. If we could open now Sunday night, 6 p.m. Eastern, that's when futures market open, that will sort of give us a little bit of a telltale of what's going on. Because remember, last weekend, U.S. attacked Iran, markets acted very erratically, and In fact, we went bullish from that. That was the momentum we sort of needed to go bullish. So because we got that economic or geopolitical update or data, whatever it was, that gave us a bullish sentiment. Now we had Michigan consumer sentiment this morning too, and I'll make sure to cover that and be our Instagram guy as well. So you guys keep an eye out for that too. Ryan, that's really funny, man. I can't get over that.
Yeah. I just didn't know. Like I said, I learn stuff every day around here. That's how we move fast here at Benzinga. Like Ferris Bueller said, if you blink, you might miss some stuff around here. That's just how it goes. And at this point, I'm used to it. By the way, real quick, guys, HIMS, this is continuing to trade higher in the gap. We're actually above, what do I have here? This is the 9 EMA. Looks like we're about to test that 15 EMA. We are in the gap. If you look at the intraday chart on this, the 5-minute chart shows nothing but green candles here. Tons of strength here on HIMS. This thing has pounded the highs here today. I don't know where we stop here on this. This would be one of the things I guess I would want to look for here. It's basically, I don't see a whole lot of really great levels in this big move down when we got that news. You know what? Maybe right in here. I'm going to call this 52.5 to 53 is going to be your next resistance area. It looks like we consolidated a teeny bit there when we first got this news. So maybe we have a resistance area coming up, but I'll tell you what, the HIMS performance here looking pretty good so far. Pretty good. HIMS is always filling gaps. Oh, Wisdom. Wisdom loves to tell jokes. I don't know what to say.
Yep.
VOR getting mentioned here by Smoke Tuna. Sorry, Kev. VOR getting mentioned here. This was a penny stock yesterday that popped into dollar territory. We gave some of that back. It actually looks like we're curling here today. I'd like to see more volume here, Tuna. I don't know what you think here. I would really like to see this volume maybe push up and expand. That might give us an entry here. What was the other one that you mentioned? SYTA, which I don't see on the scanner yet, but let's actually take a look at that. Okay, so did this pop on news? Sayata Mobile, this is one that we're familiar with. Did this pop on news, or was this just... No, so there's no news to accompany this move. This looks like just a volume pop here on this.
Yep. You guys chat, give yourselves a like, because you guys, I didn't know we had a chat full of comedians today.
Oh, Izzy, behave.
We're gonna have to go to something boring like AMD, guys, if you guys don't behave. This is
you know what? Let's just go into that. This is good stuff here. Let's just go into AMD. We can talk about that. I know there's a number of people that are in that one.
For sure. Yeah, no, AMD had good relative strength today, guys. If we're breaking it down daily time frame, just like most stocks right now, look at this. This was our inverse head and shoulders. We had our earnings to help support it. Really great price action. Another one that I mentioned was a good buy around $115 to $100. Now also trading up towards $146. We do have a pretty strong gap to fill on AMD starting at 153. So if you are in any positions, I would probably look for that 153 to maybe scale out of some. It's always important, guys, if you're in a long-term position, that once you start seeing some good returns, it's important to lock in profits because we don't know where markets are going to react. We don't know if there's going to be a buyout. We don't know if there's going to be a bankruptcy. We don't know what can happen because guess what? Tomorrow isn't promised, and that's for everybody and everything and every company. So with that being said, markets can be very irrational and sporadic. If you're in good profits, let's say you bought AMD around 116, look to scale out of a few contracts at 153. And again, you can always hold, and you could also always adjust your stop loss, move your stop to break even, move it up a little bit. What's up, Izzy? Wants to look at IMRX? Yo, I got you. Absolutely. I want to see you guys make a joke of IMRX. Come on now. Let's...
We've got some creative folk in here, so you might actually regret that too, depending on how the jokes go. We'll see. This chart going from 6 to midnight.
Awesome. Let's see. So here we go. IMRX. That's pretty clean. 352 right now, trading at 352. We see that since June 17th, from June 17th lows, we're currently up 112%. We went from lows of 166 to currently trading at 352. If we're looking at any areas of resistance, again, guys, I'm a big support and resistance trader when it comes to just finding the basis of a chart and a basis of where our trend is currently trading at. Yo, Wisdom, man, I want to see it. But 352 to about 380, we do have some good sellers, and we see that in the past. This was even a point of support. Look at this, guys, way back here. This is December of 2022. When price came into this 350 area, 380, it held as support. Even way back here as well, major support zone. You guys just watched me mark this zone out without looking at it historically, and the price level I found from very close is the same price level from back years and years ago. So with that being said, I would be careful trying any long positions up here. At this point, this would be a point where I would either look to scale out of a few contracts in case we want to reject lower, or at least wait until we could get back above 380. If we can get back above 380, back above $4, then we might be in for some support. We might be able to make our way back up towards maybe 6 or even 750. So I would really be patient here. If you're looking for a long-term play, it's okay to be patient for 50 cents, guys. Gotta be patient sometimes.
Okay, good stuff there. IMRX, MIREX, according to 13 there. Pretty good. Real quick, some more stocks that are actually coming back up towards their highs. Got a nice little pullback here on SKYE. I know that you were talking about this earlier, Kev. This came back to the VWAP here. It looks like it's going to try and take out 550 and maybe go towards that high. There was another one on here too. INMB, Immune Bio. We actually just took out the VWAP here, trying to go higher on INMB. I'm going to screw this ticker up, and I'm sorry about that. Remember, this had that phase 2 trial for that Alzheimer's drug there, positive top-line results. This actually might try 11 or 12. The other thing to note here, we talked a lot about the VIX. We also talk a lot about Bitcoin on a regular basis here. VIX curling up, but still pretty muted down here at 1641. So we're still in a 16 handle. Bitcoin all morning, really since the overnight session, Bitcoin has been getting weaker and weaker and weaker. It actually just had a move higher on volume that it completely retraced and rolled over from. We often talk about Bitcoin being a spec asset that determines whether or not the market is going to remain bullish. We're seeing two things here. We're seeing a VIX slowly creep up, and we're seeing Bitcoin slowly roll over. So think about that as the day progresses here. One more thing, someone wanted to mention Tesla. I have been watching Tesla basically since that pull off of the open. The option action here on Tesla has been predominantly on the bull side, and look what's happened here. We talked about 322 to 324 when this was initially trading back up to the VWAP. More continuation here as we take out the pre-market highs. I gotta think your next stop here going to be 330 and then maybe 331, which was the intraday high from yesterday's session on Tesla. Who was that asked about Tesla here? Andrew, I think.
Kevin asks, no news on IMRX, so curious what is driving the price movement. RX. Did we have any news on it?
On IMRX, is that the ticker that he was? No, I think that was the one that we looked at and we didn't find any here. Let me confirm that here for you, Kev, because we've got a couple of stocks with I's in the ticker, and I like to screw that stuff up all the time. No, yesterday morning, the most recent piece of news was yesterday morning, Mizuho remained a buy. Let me see what kind of price target did they have on that. Give me one sec here.
Yep. Guys, I'm looking to see a new entry on some ES longs down here. If we could find some support and start to move higher. Pretty tight stop loss up here. Looking to just trade that trend. Let's see. Let's see if we want to hold.
That IMRX recent price target we got from Mizuho was 10. That was a raise to that. Izzy's right here. There are a number of other price targets. Needham has a $9 one, but Chardon has a $13 one. Oppenheimer has a $21 one. And that's it. So Chardon and Oppenheimer both higher, much higher than where the stock is. Needham the most conservative there with a price target of about 9.
Very good. All right, guys. I'm in 2 more contracts on ES. I had a tight stop loss, so I was able to enter 2 contracts on this one. As we see, almost a bottom entry as well. We're getting a very quick reaction. Look at that, guys. Huge. Very nice. Very nice. I could look to get out of a contract if I want to scale out. Let's see. Where are we headed? Well, maybe 625 for a possible get out of one contract. But we'll see. We'll let it play out. Markets have been pretty strong. I want to see that VIX continue as well. Let's see.
The short spot that I'm looking for, the VIX, is going to be about 13. So we're currently sitting here at 16. I think we could actually move a little bit more to the downside in VIX. I think we probably would bounce if it gets to about 13. So we'll see.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm waiting for here. Real quick, someone was asking about Tesla. Kev, I'm going to go right back to your chart, so just hang for a sec. Tesla here. Someone was asking, where is the golden cross on Tesla? It's right here. Dude, we are literally waiting for it. Like, I'll try to zoom in so that you can see. We are not quite there. We are off by a full point. $1.50 is the only is the difference between the 200-day and the 50-day here. I would imagine if Tesla holds what it's doing right now or continues to trade up again on Monday, you probably get your golden cross Monday or Tuesday at the latest. If this really starts to go today, it might even cross here today. So there you go. Kev, I'm going to go back to your chart here. Izzy, let me look up that Uber cut for you.
We're all right. We're all right. Let's see, guys. It's looking like it might go hit stop loss, right? We got a little weak off that reaction. I wanted to see us hold, but we have 2 minutes left on the 5-minute time frame, and I was using a tool called Bookmap to help me spot the order flow on that. Sort of gives me some volume analysis, and that's how I'm able to find these good entries. And
Kevin, let me ask you a really quick question here. I'm sorry for interrupting you. How long have you used Bookmap for?
A little bit over a year now.
Okay, because the reason I'm asking you that is because we've had a number of people ask if Bookmap is one of these add-ons that we could add to Pro. The more and more people I talk to about Bookmap seem to really love it. So I don't want to make any promises, but I wouldn't be surprised if we at least explore that. You'll probably get a reach out for me because I don't use Bookmap, and maybe I should.
Dude, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. That's what everyone says. Guys, I'd love to fold that into our Pro offering. I mean, that would be something else.
Yeah, that would be huge. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
I'm around. I know Bookmap back in my head. I work with them personally. I help them make videos, tutorial videos and such.
Excellent.
So I got you.
Excellent. Okay. Really quickly here, Izzy, you were mentioning Uber. Uber got a downgrade here at Canaccord, so the price target cut to 84 there. You know, I'll tell you what, Izzy, I'm pretty disappointed in the timing of this. To be quite honest with you, we had talked here. Let me just go to this real quick. We had talked about Uber here, maybe kind of testing this trend line. It did indeed do that. My initial call on Uber was that this thing was probably going to print 100. It doesn't look like that. Now we're getting a downgrade here. This thing definitely found resistance up at that trend line. That's what, 93 and change. So lower we go here on Uber.
Just got out of one contract, guys. Just exited one contract up here, 62.24. Entry was 62.21. So out of one contract, holding one left. I adjusted my stop loss to just one. Take profit as just one. And we'll look to see if this trend wants to continue. Just looking to trade with the trend today, guys. Markets gave us a trend. We want to recognize it and hold it. Even NASDAQ came back to this area of resistance and is starting to hold. That's A+. Things are sort of starting to line up here. I do like where the ES, which would be the SPY, guys. If you're looking to trade options with this, you trade SPY calls now that I'm in an ES long. So we can look to see if we do want to push higher. Somebody's saying, boom, NVIDIA. Let's take a look at NVIDIA right now. Because again, if NVIDIA is pushing higher too, that's going to help our ES and NQ long positions. So NVIDIA, I had my equity chart somewhere. I lost it.
I lose charts all the time. While you find that, let me really quickly mention something about HIMS. I'll go right back to you here. By the way, we just talked about HIMS having a huge push here today. Looks like it's kind of slowed down here. This now setting up for a possible break above 52, maybe even a pullback to the VWAP. So depending on how you want to trade this here, pullback to the VWAP would put us down to about 49 3/4. A breakout of 52 cents higher. Good morning, Amanda. Hope you are well. Mike saying, Uber, do not trust that downgrade. Why is that, Mike? Give me a little bit more context on why I believe that, but why is that? What about that upgrade should we not trust? I'm curious. Kev, let me go back to your chart. There you go.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm probably going to stop out of this trade here, guys, because I'm seeing with the footprint chart that our point of control on this last candle was lower. So look right here, our point of control was lower. I want to see volume move higher with price. So we started moving higher, but we failed to move our point of control higher. So I am still in one contract. My stop loss is the low of this candle, but I really need to see us start to base out and hold this point right here. I'm glad I got out of that one contract, right? We got out of the one over here. We locked in profits. Now that makes us a no-lose trade. And that's very beneficial for us because it helps us psychologically to hold that last contract. Right now it was sort of testing near my entry. It was testing near my stop loss. But because I locked in profit, I don't have to worry about it. If it hits my stop loss, that's fine. I'm still in profit on the day. Let's see. NAOV moving. Let's take a quick look at that. NAOV.
Okay, that would be good because we had that false VWAP breakout earlier on NAOV. Ah, look at that. It's going right back to it.
Nice.
Maybe is this the one that holds here?
Let's see. We got to be careful, man. You know what I see right now? I see it historically, at least for the past, since 6 o'clock this morning, we've been failing this VWAP. Now we just broke it. Last time we broke it, though, we failed it.
Yep.
Now we're breaking it again. Volumes decrease. There we go.
There it is. Yep. Here comes the volume, and the volume is going to tell the story. Good stuff here, folks.
Beautiful. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, guys. Hit that like button, man.
Yeah,
Run it.
Sure, hit the like button. Kevin, I'll tell you what, I've already learned something from you here today. I am going to request that our group, especially when we're having fun like we are here today, I am going to request that our group hit that like more. You are excellent at that. I feel like I don't do a good enough job at that. I will be 2% better coming Monday, I promise you.
Listen, all I ask, Ryan, is you get 1% better every day.
Yep, and that's why when I first got hired here, I told everybody that I would be 2% better every day because I just had to one up that. That's just how I roll. Really quickly, Mike, you were saying we are not sure on the robo-taxi rollout in cities. Heard rumors on possibly raising full self-driving to level 4 or higher for driverless. So that's let me just to make sure I understand you, that would be viewed as a bullish thing, and thus the downgrade that we got here today is rubbish. Let me know.
Yo, thank you, Rico. I appreciate that. I'm not going anywhere, guys. You guys catch me on whenever we have some big type of earnings report. We have Nvidia, Amazon, Apple. I'm always in those calls with Paul Meeks. We cover the stock. I cover what the company's actually doing, their roadmap, and what we should be listening for on those calls. And of course, I'm that Instagram guy, as Ryan calls it. So make sure you follow us on Instagram. As Benzinga.
I don't know what the actual title was, so I just called it Instagram guy. NAOV continuing to pop higher here, by the way.
That is awesome. That is awesome, guys. ES holding our long entry point too. So I'm not stopped out of it yet. I'm glad I didn't stop out it. We trusted our stop loss. We took profit on that first contract. Now we're just waiting to see if it has any follow through. We saw buying momentum this morning, so we're expecting it to continue. But at the moment, we are failing this price level. Look at the footprint. We have 20 seconds left on this. I sort of want to exit, but I also, with 15 seconds left on the 5 minute, that's plenty of time for it to sort of wick back higher and close green. So we got 8 seconds left on that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did I rush it along? No, not yet. NAOV, let's see. Something I also like is VIX is weak. With a weak VIX, we can usually expect to see a stronger ES and NQ. Does anyone actually think the robo-taxi will turn wide scale? That's tough, man. That's a great question. Guys, what do you think about the robo-taxis? Do you think it has some ground to drive on, or do you think it's just going to make Tesla go in circles again?
Well, so I love this. Philip asking somewhat the same thing here. Does anyone actually think the robo-taxi will turn wide scale and the new big thing, or is this just overhyped and another gimmick from Tesla? Well, the first thing, Philip, and just to answer your question a little right at the end there, Kevin, first of all, I don't think this is a gimmick at all because it's not just Tesla. There are a number of the whole Waymo thing is going back and forth. Both of those companies seem to be expanding. The whole thing about Uber becoming friendly with Waymo. We talked yesterday about the next logical step here is that EV tolls are kind of folded into this. So you open up your Uber app, you call a driverless Waymo or Uber or whatever they call it there. That picks you up, brings you to the EV toll. That has a real human pilot, of course. And then that pilot then takes you to the airport to get wherever you need to go. And you really don't sit in traffic a lot. So Philip, I don't like self-driving because I absolutely love driving and I buy my cars based on how well they drive. So deciding to get a car that doesn't have a driver that I can't drive is not something in my calculus at all. But do I think as a business model that this could actually take off? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. It seems like a lot of people are kind of into it. As my mom ages, I kind of wish that, more and more, maybe a driverless car to help her get around might be something that we have to look into in the future. So I do think that I'm not going to use it myself, but I try to remove my own bias from it. Yeah, I do think that it'll be more than a gimmick. That's how I'll put it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I like that, man. I like that. I like that rundown on that. Guys,
Yeah.
if you like Ryan's rundowns, if you like his breakdowns, hit that like and subscribe button.
Kevin is just all about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Guys, look at this NAOV with a nice break of VWAP. Finally, some volume coming in, and it's looking like it wants to continue. I'm personally stopped out of that ES long entry. I don't like how price has been chopping right now. It is currently 1035, and I was looking at the 15-minute time frame, and I was a little concerned that we don't try to take out that 15-minute low first. Obviously, now that I stopped out, we're going to get that pop. But that's all right. That's the way the cookie crumbles. As long as our entries are solid and we're able to take profit, we got to remain consistent on that.
Yeah.
Here's our equities.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I was just mentioning, here's our equities. We have Microsoft squeezing on its previous day high, Apple finding support off of its low that we made at 930. And it also seems like NVIDIA is also trying to make a new high of day as well.
A couple other things to add here from our group regarding the full self-driving here. These are both really good points. Amanda here mentioning, for me, the LA thing. By the way, Amanda, this is just masterful PC-ness, right? Calling it the LA thing and really kind of straddling and not going to either side. This is just so well done on your part. Anyway, the LA thing showed us how people are going to treat these robots. It's going to be hard to mass deploy and turn a profit. So the way that I apply this is absolutely right. I completely agree with you. The way that I apply this to Tesla and Waymo, scaling up Waymo with all of those different LiDAR cameras is going to be so much more expensive than Tesla. And if you're already talking about how hard it's going to be to mass deploy stuff to turn a profit, to me, I'd almost want the cheaper option there. That is certainly going to be Tesla. There was another good comment here by Tommy. Tommy saying, what happens when slobs mess up the car or drunks puke in them? I've thought about this. I don't really have a good answer for this. I'll tell you one thing. If I ever had a car that I sent out on its own to go do robo-taxi work and earn me money, if that car returns back with somebody else's puke in it, I'm going to lose my shit. That to me, it would be one of the worst things ever. I don't know how to answer this, Tommy. I think you're bringing up a legitimate point. I don't have a good answer for you.
Ryan, I know what happens. When your robo-taxi comes home and it's covered in human vomit, we got to get our robo-maid or robo-cleaner to go clean our robo-taxi.
See, this to me, I can't do that, Kevin. This to me sounds like a 2001 Space Odyssey computer taking over everything and then sending us out into the abyss. The other thing there is that, shit, I'm not going to get a robo-maid. I detail my cars myself. Okay. Anyway, all jokes aside here. You get banned for life. Brad, to me, honestly, they're going to need something like that. Like if you destroy a car because there's no driver in it and you're just drunk or a jerk, banned for life. Yes. 100%. I'm with you.
This was crazy, guys. This ES gave you guys two fantastic, almost bottom tick entries. Earlier, we had that bottom before the market continued higher. And again, this could have been for SPY calls or ES or MES long positions. And then this next long entry I took down here, obviously I could have held this, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but we cannot trade like that, guys. We have to trade with the system. Once we start to trade, whether you swing trade, day trade, scalp, once you trade systematically, you don't trade emotionally anymore. And that's the whole point of trading and building a system. So when we don't trade emotionally, we trade thoughtfully. That's when we could really execute better. Have a good weekend, Michael, for sure.
Yeah, take care of yourself. Enjoy your weekend here. Folks, one more thing here, just to kind of mention of what we have coming ahead. We do have a very, very short all access here today. So in about, 13 minutes from now, we're going to play the all access. Then we're going to come back here and go to Anne Marie. So we're going to set up some more options trades. And then we're going to go to trading with Sandy here. So do me a favor, Kev, it's my turn. Do me a favor and smash up the like for our guy Kevin here, who's coming in and filling in for 13 on this beautiful Friday.
Dude, it's been a pleasure. Zingers, guys, it's been awesome being here. You guys are great. What a great audience. I hope you guys were able to cash in today.
I'm telling you, Kevin, we have the best community anywhere on the internet. I don't necessarily just mean this YouTube show. I mean just the Benzinga community, wherever you are, whatever service that you participate in, they're all awesome. It's like-minded people trying to better their future.
Absolutely. And that's what we like to see, guys.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of community, growing together, seeing strength, seeing wisdom, and seeing consistency. Guys, we're close to 200 likes on today. I want to see you guys run that up.
Yes, sir. Kevin Robinson, the viewer, take care of yourself, man. Thanks for all that you do. We appreciate all the support that you give us on a regular basis. By the way, that SVRE that we talked about earlier, that thing completely rolled over. We've retraced about 70% of this move. Be careful on this. This one might be done. Tuna, I'd be curious to know, do you think this one's done? To me, volume telling the story here. We're rolling over. We're losing the price. To me, it seems like this is done here. Maverick, real quick. Nice to see you again here today. Wanted to talk about ASTS. Kev, I'm going to take a look at this. I'd love to get your breakdown here on ASTS. Remember, we've been talking about this one being real good. Shout out to 13 for bringing up the space theme a long time ago. Story Trading also was on this one specifically. We did, in fact, get the 50 prints that we had, looked like we were targeting here for the summer. Excuse me. ASTS, though, right now, actually looks like this is trying to push higher. So we had a nice little impulse move out of the gate here. It actually looks like we're going to try and take that out. Now this is some pretty significant resistance. This is 53 to 54, some pretty significant resistance. Conversely, I think if we sit here and maybe trade sideways for a day or two, that actually bodes well for another break higher here on ASTS. So if this does not break down here, I think almost certainly we're going to be going higher. Almost certainly we're going to be going higher here if we don't break down. Jutta Wub. I tell you what, this username change that YouTube did, it's really screwing it up today here. But JUTAWB, first day listening to this channel, you guys are great. Chad is also welcome. And indeed, you found it out. Not only is it what we're doing here, the chat is accretive to what we're doing here. So even if you have us on mute, you're going to be able to benefit from being here.
That's great. That's great. The most beneficial mute channel you guys could find. But that is awesome, guys. Yeah, I know. We could run the three amigos, me, you, and 13, Ryan.
I'm in.
Run it up.
I'm in. We used to do that. I mean, back in the day, it was me, Mitch, and Zunaid. The conversation still digressed into butter chicken and all types of other stuff. So I promise you, we're always going to have fun, no matter how many people we have on here.
Gotta have fun. Gotta have fun, but it's most important to make some profit in the meantime.
Yeah, no doubt. And actually, speaking about that, anyone still in that Home Depot? Anyone still in that Home Depot swing? Looks like we traded higher here again. This has been awesome. Directly from entry, we continue to print higher every single day. We are almost at profit-taking spot for the first sale there. So this is looking pretty good. Remember, I'm in the August calls on this one, but it didn't matter. If you took stock, that worked just as well. Home Depot continuing here along with the Dow moving higher.
All right, somebody asks if I have an OF. I don't have an OF. I have an IG, though. You guys can follow that. It's Trading with Kev. Guys, I do a lot of collaborations with this Benzinga channel as well on their Instagram, too. And we make sure to cover everything that comes out. This morning, we had Michigan consumer sentiment. If we want to check that down here in our calendar, see how that came in. Let's see, that was at 10 o'clock. Actually, I think it was a flash. I don't think it was final. Oh, it was final. Michigan consumer sentiment. And it came in actual 60.7. Forecast was 60.5. Prior was 52.2. Guys, this is actually a strong move for the markets. This is very bullish on the markets. 60.7 above forecast on Michigan consumer sentiment.
I'm surprised too, because I feel like that Michigan number has sometimes been misleading, but I agree with you. To me, that is another bullish print here.
Yep. And we need that economic, we need that geopolitical, we need those types of news reports to come out to help sustain bull moves, to help give us rallies. And even watching the yield, guys, is very important too. That yield, if the yield spikes, that could be a negative impact on stocks.
And we've been watching that, right? The lower end of the curve there has been consistently ticking down here. It's actually been helpful. I report the 2-year and the 10-year yield pretty much every morning in my rundown. We've actually seen some positive movement there as well. By the way, INMB, I got the ticker right there. We crossed the VWAP. We consolidated just a little bit there. This actually does look like this is trying to push higher here. So INMB, maybe we get a move to 12 and beyond. Tesla, although it pulled off of its highs, it's not really breaking down. This actually might be a good one to put on your watch list for the afternoon. We might get another afternoon move here in Tesla.
Ryan, get that soundboard going. We just hit 200 likes on YouTube, guys. Beautiful, amazing. What a Friday stream, guys. Give yourselves a round of applause. Fantastic, guys. What a pleasure being here. What a pleasure what an amazing chat, guys. Leaving me speechless.
You said get the soundboard going, so I'm going a little crazy here.
You got it right.
For Mario and the one up, there we go.
There we go. How did we look at Lulu? We could take a Lulu. Looking at Lulu.
Here, I'll put your chart up here. I love it. We took a look at Lulu here with Mark. I do think there's going to be a trade coming here in Lulu. Kev, break it down. Tell me where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sort of liking where the stock is right now. It seems as though even without looking at an RSI, I could tell we're in a bit of an oversold territory. If we're looking back at just till August of last year, our range right now is around 220 to highs about 300. So right now, if we're able to buy these 235s, maybe keep a tighter stop loss around that recent low of 219, maybe we could trade back higher into this gap we created over here. I would be a little careful because we are currently making new lows. See how we took out this low from August as well. So we are making new lower lows. And we are making some lower highs too. So technically speaking, we are in a bit of a bear trend on Lulu. But as we know, guys, the best time to invest is when markets are pulling back. If Lulu is a strong enough company that's going to see some follow through, not going anywhere anytime soon, then buying at the low of the range is sort of the ideal time to buy.
I'll tell you what, we talked a lot about, the competition. Someone earlier, I'm going to pick a bone with whoever said this earlier. Someone earlier in the chat said that Fabletics is hella comfy. I think they actually said hella, and marked this as a competitor for Lulu. I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I'm someone that actually has a lot of Fabletics, and I bought the entire story on, this stuff is Lulu quality at much cheaper prices. Well, the cheaper prices part is correct, but the quality part, no, they're not comparable. They don't fit as well. They don't. They're not made of a higher quality material. They almost seem lighter. It's not bad. I'm not poo-pooing it, but it's not quite at the same level as Lulu. It's not like Legends, and it's not like Aloe. So just a little bit different there on Lulu. Now, that being said, I still love this type of activewear. I suspect that this stuff is going to remain popular. I don't think this is just kind of a fad that's going to disappear. And when we take a look at the Lulu chart here, this actually looks pretty good. We're at the support level here. We're completely oversold. We've actually come up a little bit. So I wonder if we can do that a little bit more. Then we've got the 20-day moving average here. If we can recapture that, the 50 would be next. Taking that 50 would put us into the huge gap. Then we're talking about a potential gap fill and maybe a move up to the 200-day at 318. I like where this is at. I would just basically trade this against your downside area here of 225. So we're at what, 236, 225, your downside stop level there. Maybe use your own risk management plan to kind of figure out where exactly that should be. I just think this isn't a bad spot there at the chart.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's giving us bearish vibes, right? Because it's clearly moving lower, making lower lows, making lower highs. It is at the bottom of a range, so it would be giving us a good buying opportunity because, again, buying at lows gives us the opportunity to have very nice returns on investment, which is our percent return. But we also don't want to just buy for the sake of us being at the bottom of a range. We don't know what's supporting us right now, if anything's supporting us right now.
Amanda, that's you and me both. I don't know how that discussion about me and tights materialized the first time, but I would just as soon not have that happen again. We'll keep moving on here. I'll do my best. Yassine, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Crow, take care, man. He said he's dipping on out of here. Great having you. Always good having you on the Benzinga streams.
Crow's been a long time supporter with us. Some of you might not even remember, but one time Crow actually joined us on stream here. So really good stuff, Crow. We appreciate that. Now, Yassine, you were asking about KTOS here. This is another one in the defense area. This actually, I do kind of like this. Honestly, though, I really feel as if I've missed this. And I didn't get a great opportunity. Even when we pulled back here recently, I was greedy. I was looking for a bigger pullback down towards the 50-day, and I never even got it. Now, shout out to Chris from our chat here, Big of Bees. He trades, or maybe I don't know if he's trading it, but he mentions KTOS quite a bit. He does a really good job keeping it on our radar. This thing, high end of the RSI range, made a huge, the last time that this thing touched the 200-day, actually the last two times, it bounced from this 200-day. Honestly, I'd like to reload this here at a support level. Given the conflicts that we're seeing across the world, I'm not sure when and if we get that. Kevin, what do you see here for a potential entry spot on KTOS for a swing?
I mean, for a swing, it's tough. Like you said, we're sort of, not that we missed this move. I do think it has some more steam behind it, especially with all the economic uncertainty and all the war worry that's going on right now. But buying up here at these highs, I believe this is all-time highs for the stock. With that, is it? Let's double check. Nope. If we go back towards 2003.
Yes, I believe that this. Oh, was it higher in 2003? Okay, yeah. I only have data on my chart back to 2010.
Okay, yeah, 2003, and it looks like even 2000. It was at 1,600 a share.
Okay. We're going to close it out with this. Kevin, really great job here. We're going to go to All Access here. I can't thank you enough for joining us. I can't wait to have you back here on Monday too. Really awesome stuff. Jay Rice here finishing it off. KTOS, they did a secondary 2 days ago, and that secondary got gobbled up. 39 to 45 on that. That tells you that this has still got momentum to the upside. That's what I would say. Okay, Kev, thanks very much. Say goodbye to our users here. We'll see you again on Monday. Then we're going to go to that All Access.
Zingers, guys, have a great weekend. It was such a pleasure being here. Hope you guys were able to end the week green. I'll say one last time, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. And join us this Monday. I'm going to be back on with Ryan again. We'll have a great trading session. As for KTOS, I do think $40 to $42 is a good range to buy for the long term, to try to see if you get up to that $50, even $60 a share.
Okay, right. Really good stuff.
Everybody.
All Access starts right now.
Thanks, Ryan. Hey, Zingers, and welcome to All Access. I've got a wonderful guest for you today. It's Mark Galswick, CEO of Easy Environmental Solutions. The OTCPK ticker is DUTV. He's joining us for an exclusive talk today. All Access starts right now. And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome in the CEO of Easy Environmental Solutions, Mark Galswick. Mark, fantastic to be with you today.
Doing well, thank you.
Well, great to have you. Let's start with this. I know Digital Utilities Ventures recently changed its name to Easy Environmental Solutions. What was behind the company rebrand?
So the purpose of the company, we're really bringing to the world game-changing technologies to help the environment, whether it's clean water or make fertilizer, those types of things. So just the whole environmental name makes more sense.
Of course, and one of the many amazing things that Easy Environmental Solutions is doing is they're on a mission to end hunger in Africa. Tell us about the problem in Africa, particularly in Kenya, and how climate change is making a bad situation, unfortunately, even worse.
Yeah, so it's not just Kenya, it's all across Africa. What happens is there's millions of people starving, literally starving in Africa, because when you import fertilizer from the Soviet Union or Ukraine or Canada or wherever, you got so much freight costs and so many middlemen, right? The other thing that happens is when you bring in, again, not so much Kenya, but some of the other more war-torn countries, you bring in fertilizer and the bad guys steal it to make bombs. And so is it any wonder they're dying of starvation if they're trying to plant without fertilizer?
Yeah, definitely a very tough situation. I know ending hunger, obviously, at least from an environmental solutions vantage point, all starts with Terraplenish. Let us know what Terraplenish is and what role it can play in Africa, Mark.
Yes. So TerraPlenish is a liquid microbial. We call it a fertilizer, but it's not really a fertilizer in itself. What it is a proprietary blend of microbes that you put only 2 gallons per acre, and it'll actually pull from the sky the fertilizer. So 45 to 60 pounds of nitrogen. It'll pull from the ground 20 pounds of up to 20 pounds of phosphorus. But even more importantly, it will pull moisture from the air and also include the absorbing capacity of the ground. So you'd be like if you could get 20% more rainfall. The ag community would say, if I just get that $1 million grain, I'd have a great crop. Well, TerraPlenish can help create that. So when you're looking in Africa where you've got you have a lack of fertilizer and you have 20% less rainfall, it's a game changer. We really believe it's a solution for starvation in all of Africa.
Now, I know Easy Environmental Solutions just announced it was sent a down payment to ship an Easy FEN modular microbe fertilizer system to a customer in Africa. What impact will that have on the company's revenue now and into the future?
Yeah. So what happens is, again, they sent the deposit to us, and that allows us to start building on their unit. It'll be building on an EasyFen, which is really the modular component that makes the TerraPlenish fertilizer. Amazingly, you put that 20-foot module just out in any rural village, and you can feed it with grass, you can feed it with palm fronds or waste foods, and it will create the TerraPlenish fertilizer you need right there locally. So one little module will create up to 1 million acres of fertilizer, and you eliminate all the middlemen. All that profit, that extra margin, stays right in their local communities. So it's again a game changer for Africa, especially.
Incredible. One module, can affect so many people. Something else cool, Mark. Obviously, this past spring, you met with Mutahi Kagwe, the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development of Kenya. What was the discussion between you two, and what came in that meeting?
So the discussion took on, different facets. So first of it was for them to understand the TerraPlenish. It was to understand what the EasyFen could do for their country. And then it was for us to understand the rules and regulations in their country and to help us navigate that path so that they could, bring in some of our product. They can test it, they can get it certified, they can make sure it's safe. And of course, we're fully certified in the U.S. here, organic, even certified in California, which is next to impossible. But they need to test it themselves. And so we're excited about Kenya being a kind of a central location, a safer location, if you will, that you could make some fertilizers in and send to the rest of the continent. But we're getting interest from all over the continent, different countries. So I don't want to say this is just Kenya. There's many other countries in the works.
No, love to hear that. And listen, there's a lot of great things going on right now at Easy Environmental Solutions. But let's talk about, Mark, what's next for you guys at Easy Environmental Solutions. Do you expect more orders of the Easy Fence system for customers in Africa? When can we expect to hear more from the company?
Yes, so there's many things going on. We established Bakary there. Leeds is actually, located in the center of Africa and is traveling around to different parts of the Africa. That keeps me from having to travel as much. He's got many different relationships. And so we right now have probably 6 different countries that we're working through, and each one is excited who can be first to meet with us, who can get growing. And again, if you got millions of people starving, it creates a whole new set of energy. And so so there's many more things coming in each of those different countries in Africa. Not saying for the rest of the world, but it's kind of, as a person, it's like, well, if we have starving people and we can solve that problem, let's focus some resources there and get the starving people solved. And then we got more technologies, by the way, to bring to them.
Very exciting times. I know you mentioned you don't have to fly as much yourself. I'm glad you flew in with me today because it was an absolute pleasure talking with you today, Mark. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That was the CEO of Easier Environmental Solutions, Mark Galswick. The OTCPK ticker is DUTV. Great stuff they're doing there at Easy Environmental Solutions. Now let's send it back to the great Ryan Faluna.
All right. Oops, I turned the banner off. Sorry about that. Thank you, Dan. Actually, that is really awesome stuff. I will say, I know I poo-poo OTC stocks a lot here on this show. The reality is if you do some really good due diligence and some good digging, you can find some gems there. So big time shout out to Dan for doing that. We really appreciate it. Now, it's arguably one of our favorite times of the week. It's time for Anne-Marie. Let's check in with her and see how she's doing. Anne-Marie, happy Friday. How you doing today?
Happy Friday to you. I heard it was going to be a scorcher in your neck of the woods. So
yeah, it is. I'll tell you what, Anne-Marie, we got a reprieve here on Wednesday. It rained and blew some of the heat out, but yesterday was right back to 95. We're supposed to get some rain here today. So I've got my fingers crossed, but right now, if you step out, it feels like there's a wet blanket rolling around in the air. It is not pleasant. So it is indeed hot, high at 90 here. We'll see if the rain can help it out.
Well, luckily, that kind of weather only lasts a few days in good old Chi-Town.
It's true, but it's messing with my golf game right now. I'm going to have to go out there and face it tomorrow, I'm afraid. I don't have any choice. All right, what do you got for us here today?
So I want to talk about, let's share the chart. I want to talk about gold because gold has, let's share this window. Gold has had a pretty solid pullback. And I loved listening to that fertilizer thing because my sister and brother-in-law go to Africa all the time, and they're trying to teach them how to farm properly so that they don't know how to compost and they use all this fertilizer. But he's totally right. As soon as fertilizer comes in, armed gunmen show up, and they usually work for the government. And so getting that stuff is I think it's wonderful. I'm so happy you guys had that person as a guest.
Yeah, me too. I actually didn't know that one was coming, but that was pretty sweet. That was pretty sweet to hear.
That's fantastic. Okay, so we're looking at the weekly chart in gold. And what gold has a tendency to do is run super hard for a while and then just sort of meander sideways before breaking up. And it's been, doing that break up formation for, a couple $1,000. And so gold, the futures contract. So gold has pulled back for 2 weeks. It's now touching a pretty favorable 20 simple moving average. And so the thought might be, how could we trade this for future upside action with a little bit of cost, but anticipating that as our fiat currencies do their fiat thing, that this instrument sort of expands for us. So hello, everybody. So let's take a look at gold. We have a couple of things that we can do. And one of them is flat out sell the short puts way in advance. And that would be the June 2026 270s. You get $430 of credit. Literally, it uses $3,000 of, about $3,500 of margin. So it's a good space for you to go, all right, if I want to buy gold, but I want it to buy at a cheaper price, I'm going to come in at this level. The next thing we can do is buy a butterfly until August, where, July and into the first week of August are usually fairly bullish from a seasonality perspective. Gold has pulled in a really nice bit. So for $1.64 or $164, we can choose the 305, 315, 325 butterfly. If you're not comfortable with the butterfly because it's got too many legs, whatever, you could buy the 305, 315 call spread, but it's twice as much. And so this gives you a little bit of upside room while charging you a small amount. Now, the second thing is, let's say that gold runs up it dips a little bit and then runs up maybe 10-15%. The price action here for the volatility chains is only calling for a $15 move, but we are going to think, or I think, that volatility during the summer is going to expand a little bit. So I moved it out. And so I have 324. Whoops, that should be 334. Let's do 335. 324 to 335. And then you might go, well, why are you doing that? Because if you try to take the butterfly, you won't be able to take the butterfly and the iron condor at the same time. Though, if you use the 324, you can use the credit that you would get, $200, to completely pay for the long pressure event. And so a lot of upside there. Potentially you could have it free and clear if it stays in the range falling into August weakness. So I like the idea of looking at things on the pullback that have a lot of ramp up, give us a lot of upside pressure, and then we get to look at it that way. The last thing is, if you say, all right, I want to move way into the future, I'm going to go to June, and you can choose the 310. I don't know why I didn't put this up. 310, 330, 350 butterfly, and that gives us a lot of time for price action to move. So we will not have a big dip in our overall cost. We won't have a dip down too bad. If the price action moves down, it's so far away that it gives it a chance to move up. And 310 to 330, really a very nice range for this butterfly to expand. Now, probably not going to get the whole 2000. I like to take this one for about a 3x. So you'd look for it to get to about $6 or so, and then clean it off, not wait for the whole $20 and be, a little greedy one. So that's what I'm looking at for gold. Nice opportunities floating around there. The next thing that's
Anne-Marie, let me jump in here real quick. Is there any chance that we can make this bigger?
Sorry.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right here. And then before you go to your next one here, I want to address one of the comments here. Joshua saying, asked for IREN 6 times and got ignored every time. How great. Joshua, take a deep breath, bro. Nobody ignored you. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of suggestions here. And in fact, today, in addition to having a different person than I'm used to, we also had YouTube screw up everyone's name and handle in the chat that made it incredibly difficult to read. You didn't get ignored. We just simply didn't get to it. IREN is, of course, a Bitcoin miner. Bitcoin is considered digital gold. So, Anne-Marie, perhaps we can, it has an extremely liquid options chain. Perhaps we can have you take a look at it, maybe go over the chart a little bit, and then see if there's an options trade in there.
I would love to. What's the ticker?
IREN, India, Romeo, Echo, November.
Perfect. All right, let's look at the chart. Okay, so this one is in a very big base, right? Take a look at how wide this base is. If we even add the $1 one, that happened on 2022. It was the low. It's very, very volatile. It's got an upward draft here that I think is pretty interesting. I'm trying to figure out if this is a little bit of a short squeeze event.
I can help you with that. Give me 1 second. I'll pull that short interest data for you. Okay, you've got 12.36% of the float shorted with 1.71 days to cover. So while there is some notable short interest in there, I don't think that meets. Yeah, it does not meet the criteria for a squeeze for me.
Okay, so here's what I'm seeing. Here's the largest volume candle. It occurred on June the 10th. Big wide angle here. And this volume candlestick, same amount of volume, but look what happened afterwards. It moved 3 or 4 days and then collapsed right into front line support. And so I would be very hesitant to buy this at this juncture. Again, another bullish candlestick. Notice what happens with these big bullish candlestick formations. They move up and then completely collapse. They move up and then price completely collapses. And so that's sort of a hallmark here. See the high here? Breakdown. High here, fade into the moving average. So my thought would be the following. Put an alert for $8 to $9, and then that might give you a shot up to right where resistance is, 1360, which is a nice return. That's a nice return. So let's take a look at this. Let's go to August. And let's see what it's not giving us any premium at all. No premium at all for the fade into August. You could try getting it at the $9 event, but it would be better to wait for this price action to exhaust yourself. If you believe she's full of crap, this is going to the moon, then I would say
Yeah, I tried. I tried to keep a straight face, Anne-Marie, but I couldn't do it.
I would say, hey, listen, you got a target up here at $16. If you think it's going to run right into it, July would be the month that it would do it, because July's got fairly good seasonality, as I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could look at it and go, hey, I'm going to buy the 14s or the 1450s outright. Now, the implied vol is gigantic here. So it wouldn't be something I would do. That being said, you can certainly do that. And if you want to sort of bring in your cost a little bit, you could certainly sell the 18s, 58 cents, and then you're looking at about 60 cents of risk and $3 of total return. So that is a space. I always look for patterns in the chart.
Mm-hmm.
Always. And when I see big volume and then it fades within 4 days, big volume, this one faded right away. Every single one of these candlesticks that have had big volume reverse. They have reversed. Now you might go, well, Anne-Marie, what about this one? Yes, that is true. 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 formations. Well, those don't look like good odds to me. On top of that, this is flashing overbought. And every time it's flashed overbought, it's just taken a day or two and then it rolls over. That being said, we still have a day or two. So that would be what you would look for in terms of, trading it up.
And then,
into that
and then
space.
I'm just spitballing here, but one more thing that I see from that chart regarding the volume and those levels that it really falls from. I mean, if we're sitting up here, the price is
Yes.
1351. This is all happening about 16. I think if this is a stock that you're long, especially if you're already in profit, you might think about selling some of those $16 calls.
Bring in the register.
Well, I'm thinking sell the calls against your stock, right? That way, if you get a move up, you're going to get called away at a gain, no problem. If you move back down, you're effectively just lowering your cost position here, and the chart is supportive of that. So I think there's actually a number of ways that you can play this depending on what your position is. Okay,
Absolutely.
Anne-Marie, thank you for doing that. Really good stuff there.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Let's go to CF. This is one of my core holdings in my long-term portfolio. CF is a fertilizer company. So why am I going to fertilizer? Well, it was funny. I was thinking about fertilizers and I went, oh, that's kind of boring. And then the guy came on with fertilizers and I went, I'm
It's a
going to talk
sign.
about fertilizers. So I know. So this one has had a really nice pullback. You might say to yourself, holy smokes, that is a pretty big fade. But look at how it
Mhm.
ran straight up to 100 and then just kaboom, moved down. So these kinds of movements do often bring retracement. So my area of buying right now is anywhere between 80 and 85. And we've got earnings that are coming up in August. And so my thought would be certainly this is a place where you said, now, true to, we have more people on Earth. We will need more fertilizer inputs. And there are a lot of innovative ways that these fertilizer companies are really working to become more naturally based. And that's also going to be good.
Yeah.
And so my thought is that it actually could hold this 90 very well and move up into the 120 area, but it's going to take a little time. It doesn't normally run like a rocket ship to the moon, but this is some very interesting price action in the last little bit. So I think these guys have got a lot of upward pressure. So how do we want to trade this? Well, easy way to do it. You buy CF and you sell a put against it. You could you could go to November. You could, December's probably better. You could go, oh, it doesn't have December. But let's go to January. We can go to January and you could literally sell the 100s. It brings the price of your stock down to rounded about that $85 mark, $86, which is a very nice support. If it continues to run up and you get your stock gets called away, you make $9 on the price of the stock plus $4.80 on the price of the option. Very nice. Very nice trade. The second thing you can do, outright sell the put, gives you about $1.90. If you go to 77.50, my thought is easily 85 will work. That gives you $390. And then because September normally shows a little bit of dip action, we have the 100, 110 calls short and the 80-70 puts short in a short iron condor. That gives us a 217 credit. Very nice way for the market to make you money while you're busy running your morning with 13 and Ryan and Kevin when he pulls in the space. Listen, right now when we're active traders, we are still working for our money. At some juncture, we want to make our money work for us. And that's going to be in a space where we position and we just let things move. And this is one of those spaces. Next thing I want to talk about is Home Depot.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I was listening. I didn't
I'm
chat very
cooking.
much today, but I was listening. So as we're looking at Home Depot, I mean, this thing looks pretty good. Take a look at this box. Had a beautiful measured move, bouncing right at that halfway mark, old support, and then resistance that became support that made a higher high, right? And if we're taking a look at, what if this was a head and shoulders pattern? If we look from 440 to 380, we've got $60. And if we go 380 to the low here of 320, we got $60. So this measured the move, and now it's making its way back up. I would not be surprised to see Home Depot get back up into the 370, 380, 390 area. Not at all.
Okay,
So
perfect.
let's take a look at that.
What I love about this really quick, Anne-Marie, is that I think I've
Yes.
got that 200-day right there at 387, which would be perfect if we go up towards 390, 390 were the calls that I ended up taking. So it looks like I did it right here. Let's see what you got for us.
Excellent. I remember a couple of days ago, you were like, oh, these Home Depot calls, and the market turned around and rewarded you. So patience always pays. Couple of ways we can do this. We can go to the August and we can buy ourselves a butterfly, 375, 385, 395. We know that 385 is kind of the top of that range where we're going down. It's $1.47. And so once it starts creeping into that 380 area, you want to close it. You don't want to hold this all the way into August. You want to hold it maybe into the first week of August and then get rid of it. Again, if a three-legged option isn't your bag and you just want to buy a spread, then you can do the 375, 385 call spread. Still very wide range. You could do very nicely, but you're going to pay for it. $365. The next thing you can do to offset the cost of that call spread is by selling a put spread. And you could sell that put spread at 345, 335. It gives you a credit. That'll pay for about, 40% of the cost of your vertical. If you do it together, which you can put four legs together. You can buy the 375, 385 call and sell the 345, 335 put, and it'll cost you $2.30. Somebody says, could you do an iron condor? And the question would be, well, you could, because this moving average is flat, but it's got some pretty solid momentum on it. So if you did do that, you'd probably want to go to September and see if you can get the 320 to 420 spread. So let's peek at that. Let's go to September and see if it gives us any premium. It's not too bad. No, yeah, 320 to 310. And then 420 to 430. Right? Oops, I did not join them together. What a knucklehead. But it looks like you'll get about $1.99. $2 is the minimum I like to have for a $10 spread. So that puts it right on the edge. I don't particularly love that, but it is what it is. You could also do that. I'm not keen on that one per se.
Okay.
The next one I want to look at is coin. Do I have time?
Yes, absolutely you do.
Okay.
And I think you picked a really good one here too, because coin recently, since the passage of that Genius Act, coin's been going crazy, circle's been going crazy, and coin is going to give you more of the chart to actually make some assessments on. So love this.
Exactly. So what we're seeing here on a weekly pattern looks like an inverted head and shoulders to me, giving it upside. There are several technicians that say, hey, I do not like to draw head and shoulders where the neckline is not horizontal. And so that's a little bit of noise there. But if we do the maximum motion, 311 to 150, good gravy, that's almost a doubling, right? And so the breakout of this shoulder space, that's $150 to the upside over time. And so Wow, I did not expect that calculation to be that big. That's huge if we measure this move. So let me draw Fibonacci. Yeah, it takes us up to 477. The high is 429. And this gigantic thing right here is a small cup and handle. So pullbacks, very likely to be buy zone. So here's the question. Will it go straight up without wiggling all over the place? I'm going to say no. So if you're thinking about something that's really well into the future, and you say, I wonder where this thing will be a year from now, right? So what would that be? That would be July. They don't have that. So let's say September, right? Now you can close this anytime you want. But if you're thinking to yourself, listen, this thing is going to go from, let's say 420 to 480. That's $60 to 530. Is that right? No.
You had for
520. 520? Yeah. $6. And that is
so 520 520 is $40 away from 480. And
yes,
so
sorry.
it should be 540.
Thank you.
Like the Beamer.
It's Friday. Okay, so this gives you $6,000 of upside for $295. And it's far away. Again, you're expecting the coin goes up. Obviously, they're going to do everything they can to increase their market share. This, a really nice trade for, see if you can get it for 285 over the next couple of days. Beautiful price action. If you're looking at, hey, I want to look at near-term formations, you can literally choose to buy a condor, right? And it's moving all over the place. So you can get it for under $1 right now, right? You can say, hey, I think it'll move by August from 360 to 370. And if it goes over 370, but it doesn't get to 390, I still make the $10 from there because I'm using the 390, 400 short calls to pay for part of the 360, 370 long calls. That's a regular condor. That means everything's on the same side. It's a bullish formation, but not too bullish. So it allows me to collect if it moves into the first pocket, and it allows me to pay the second pocket. Excuse me, it allows me to use the proceeds from the second pocket to pay for the first pocket. If the chart goes off the rails and goes to 450, 98 cents is your maximum exposure because it's a long condor and you've paid for the spread here just in case it goes all the way over the edge.
Okay. Okay, Amory, really good stuff. Absolutely perfect timing. Izzy, I'm sorry we ran out of time. We're going to add Uber for next week. I actually think that'll time a little bit better, frankly, if we take a look at it on Tuesday, Izzy, just based on where the chart is. So we'll add that. Appreciate it. Amory, cannot thank you enough. Have a great weekend, all right?
My pleasure. Same to you.
And we will see you next week. Also, looking forward, we got a webinar next Tuesday night. And you know what else, Amory? I've seen some more interest from folks in this morning show. So I look to, I'll post that registration link. I'll make sure I come prepared next week, and I'll post that registration link. Would love to have more folks in there. So really good stuff. Amory, enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next week, okay?
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, all right, that is Anne-Marie. Really awesome stuff on her options trades yet again. Great stuff here today, but that leaves room for Sandra. Let's check in with her. Oh no, the thing shifted on me and I almost added my producer. Sandra, happy Friday. How you doing today? You're muted. I'm assuming you're good because everything looks good, but you're muted.
And there we go. So everything is great today. Looking forward to the weekend. Sunshine is out. How about you?
Really good. It is hot and steamy here in Chicago. The sun is out. We were supposed to get some rain, but it might be done. Sun is out now. Sun's out, guns out. It's time to go out and enjoy.
That's right.
What do you got coming up here?
Going to take a look at a couple tickers like Lulu, Tesla,
Yes.
BA, DKS, KRE, and gosh, I got a list of them. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of them, but we're definitely going to go for it.
Okay, we got a jam-packed show. I'm not going to waste any time. Trading Made Simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Let's talk trading. Let's talk about SPY. What's SPY doing right now? Look at this. This is the weekly expected move. So this green, white, and red band, right? So it helps to identify where price is and where the market makers actually believe where price is going, right? So they're doing all the calculation with all the Greeks. They're looking at the chart. They're creating the basically the odds, right? Like a sports book. And so they're identifying that we hit our high this week. Our high this week was 614.06. Our low this week for the market makers was going to be 592.08. And you could see that we busted through. Now, typically speaking, the way this works, okay, it's really easy, is that once you identify what the weekly expected move is, and we break above and stay above the weekly expected move on Friday when we close, then there's just a greater possibility that next week we're actually going to go higher. Now, that doesn't always work, and you can kind of see the 20 EMA here on a 4-hour chart, but let me get to a day chart and I'll show you something different. So as we look at this, you can kind of see those bands, and I left those on there so you could see the previous ones and how they actually move with price action. So you can see when we came down here at our pivot low, we started to bounce. And as we broke through the 20 EMA, which is my favorite, by the way, on any time frame, 20 EMA, you can actually see us break above. We broke above the first band this week. This is a Friday. And then the next following week, we had 3 days. You can't but help but identify the consolidation. And then we broke up again. And we broke on Friday that expected move to the upside, right? And then we go to the next one and you can see we just consolidated. But on Monday, popped up right where the market maker said their expected move was going to be, blew through it, and we've been going up ever since. Now, the interesting thing about the SMA here, and a long time ago, someone wanted to teach me some information, and they said, when you see that EMA looking like a frown, which means going the opposite direction, then market's going down. When you see it start to break a smile, that means market's going up. And I actually joke with this analogy, but it helps to identify when you see that curvation, basically the curve coming back up, creating a smile on a daily, then you can really start to identify that, hey, we might be breaking trend here. We already did because we're above the 20, but as you can see, we're at our pivot high here, and we have a channel. See this channel right here that's created with the dots? So this channel right here as well is going to act as resistance. It looks like we're breaking through right now, the 612. Of course we did. We broke through our last pivot high. So now we're really looking to get above this channel, which is 622.17. And then that would create really a lot of momentum going to the upside. Now you can see our momentum on a daily, right? Right here would have been a great area right here to get in. And what was when momentum was hitting the zero line, look where price was at. hitting the 20 EMA. And so we stayed above that 20. And remember, anything above the 20 EMA is bullish to me, and then everything below it is bearish. It's a very easy way to identify trend right away on any time frame. So as you start to take a look at that, we could see that SPY basically consolidating but moving up slowly, right? Consolidating and moving up. And then let's take a look at the Qs. Qs breaking above on a daily, breaking above their last pivot high. And you could see the market makers. This doesn't actually calculate, this indicator that we created doesn't actually calculate until it actually closes. So then we'll be able to see the market makers. Right now, the market makers are showing maybe 558 for the high for next week, the low right where support is at that pivot high area, right? And then you have that channel. So this is really bullish if we can stay above and break through this channel, but then it's going to continue to go higher. So we're really kind of looking at a trend change here. However, I must warn you that look at how bullish we've been basically with momentum since around 422. April 22nd. So though we have a lot of days where we're just going sideways and nothing's happening, we're still moving up slowly but surely. And you can see all this time that it took us to get here. We're actually at a very important point on a longer chart. So you can see that the VIX is low, below 20 is great. And so this really starts looking good. Let's take a look now as we took a look at the two most popular ETFs. Let's take a look at Lulu. Lulu here, as we look at charts here, you can actually see that Lulu looked like it was going to attempt a trend change. And what happened? It hit a double top here and is bursting down below this channel, right? It really needs to get, you can see the channel here and the channel here, really kind of a sideways channel. And so we really need price to break above. Now you can see next week's move here. If price can break above that 243.77 level, and look at where the 20 is, 254.18. That's your safe bet. 254.18 bullish, you can make it to 54.50. I like to pad it just a little bit. And then anything under this last previous low here, where we have a double bottom, pretty much, it's close. The 219. So you could say 218.50 on this side, right? Anything below 218.50, we are going bearish with some puts. And that's how you could actually automate Thinkorswim or IBKR to give you some trade ideas. How about Tesla? Let's take a look at Tesla. By the way, you know, we didn't actually look at Lulu and identify. You could see that this was making a smile and then an abrupt downturn, right? Earnings. This is the reason for that. So as we take a look at that, is that earnings right there? I believe it is. Yeah. So as we could take a look at momentum, you can see momentum is still low. It could stay low for a while. And what are we waiting for? We're really waiting for price to break above that 20. Because as of right now, it's bearish. So it needs to hold this area. And so I think either the 20 or the market makers move right here for next week, 242.80. I'd like to pad it to 243 maybe. You could set an automated trade, or you can do the safe one, which is that 20, and say, okay, anything over 254.50 or 255 is a safe bet that we're going to start moving back up. But right now, bearish, and you can see that momentum is bearish. Why is momentum important in all this? Because it actually drives the price. It drives the price of everything. Momentum is the leader, and it's pulling price towards it. People see the momentum or the excitement or the crowd, you know, at the restaurant, and then they're like, oh, this is a good place to be. I'm going too. And so that's really the thought process with momentum. You need that crowd to get into the same stock that you're in so that it's going to pump it higher. And as retail traders, we're just trend traders, right? We're following basically the institutions. Now look at Tesla on a daily. Unfortunately, right now, it's looking a little weak, and we can see this. Now, This can do one of two things, right? It can kind of huddle the zero line on momentum. And if it huddles and just consolidates, then we're really waiting for either a break above or a breakdown. You could see how it's been hovering around the 20, right? Hovering around the 20. Down and up, and then what date is this? 610. So from 610, we've been toying with the 20 just about, right? So really needs to identify, especially with momentum. I mean, are we going to take off or are we not? So right now, bearish underneath the bearish underneath the 20. And I would say, and you can see that the market makers move for next week. Do you see that it's not above like we need to take a look at that, but SPY, when we were looking at SPY, we could see, you know, the next following weeks actually move up. The market makers right here, you could see that it's actually kind of showing you consolidation, possibly more consolidation with a range of what? The high of 343, the low of 306, 39 thereabouts. And so that's the range for next week. At least that's what the market makers have in mind. You could see that, you know, we have some buying here right now into the ticks. You know, people are putting money into the market right now. VIX is low. So we really have a good setup here. We got more calls than puts in the market. So that's really looking good. But, you know, we're only like a tweet away from a complete disaster, right? So the news events in this administration is really, really important for traders. And so typically it's not. But this is different, and we have to adjust and identify. So those are those two tickers. This one's still in consolidation. And you could see where Darvis on a daily has this. Let's take a look if we were to do a short swing as an example. So short swing, I always look at the hourly and the 15. When we look at the hourly, we can see that we're actually below this week's low. This is bearish, right? This is bearish. We're below it. And you could see that we're staying right at our pivot low, which is around the 320 mark. We may come down and test it again, but we need to break above that 333.33 to get somewhere. And you could see that the Darvis band here is at 340. Now, we didn't break this Darvis band at 320. So this looks interesting as an example. If this doesn't break the 320, we could actually bounce from here because we're on the lower level of this range. We could bounce up to the 344 level. And that's another reason why you should learn automation, because these are things that you can actually look at the chart and they may not pan out for a while, but you got your order in and it's ready to go. And your analysis is sound. If you create an alert and you have 100 alerts on all the different charts and all the different time frames that you've identified, then what ends up happening is you get desensitized to it. So on the hourly, I really don't like this. And on a 15-minute, actually looks a little bit better on a 15-minute because it's trying to hold this triangle pattern here. It's trying to hold it. And we can either break above it or we can break below it. You could see that we broke below it right at the open. Lots of volatility for Tesla right at the open. Took out all the stops, right? Only to pop right back up. So here, if you were in a automated trade, Mondays seem to work really aggressively with volatility, we've found. And so oftentimes on a Monday, you might program, hey, don't get into this trade until about 10 or 15 minutes later. And you can do that with the platform. So that's nice. You could see that momentum is rising. We were all the way down here, of course, because of this candle right here, but we're rising, but we haven't broken above that zero line. This to me right now on Tesla looks bearish, but we'll have to see if it's going to fake us out. Anything below that 322.60, you can probably look to do a check of this price to do a double bottom, right? 320. You could see where the Darvis band is. It's already identifying, hey, this is support right here. But this right here is actually our last pivot low. So we really need to break below that 322.61, and I would pad it 322.50 as an example for another move down to the possibly the 320s. And then from there, we can keep going. If we look at the day chart, market makers are looking like it's just going to go sideways. They really don't have this moving up or down. We did break, actually, this week, we broke the high, but we came back down and we're sitting basically at point of control. That's that white line in the middle. So if we're sitting at point of control, if it can stay above point of control and kind of just gather its momentum, we could see a flip to the upside at 342. 342.50, let's say. I like to pad down a little lower when you're going bullish. We really need to see momentum curve up because we looked at the daily, the 1 hour, and the 15. Momentum is below that zero line, bearish. Right now, price is below the 20, bearish. So we have a lot of things right now that we're looking at here. But again, a tweet or economic event, and boom, it could change everything. Let's take a look at, I was looking at some flow today, and I saw some real bullish flow into CAT. And I remember Anne-Marie was talking about fertilizer, and so they may not even be connected because I came in right at the very end. But you could see on a daily, we're actually hitting resistance here. So this is actually a nice setup for a bullish trade to say, hey, if we break above that 390.23, and I would call it 391. So if we can break above 391, we may end up going to visit our last pivot high. And our last pivot high was at 409.41. That's a pretty decent move right there. You could do this a week or 2 weeks out. Let's take a look at that smiley face that we have on the screen here. It's subtle, but it's there. And so what I want to do now is kind of take a view back to kind of see where the double top is. And that double top is going to be right at that last pivot high. So that's another mile marker. So we're near 2 mile markers here. That one over here, as well as this one over here. And so you can actually program those trades. Look at how long CAT's been bullish here, really looking nice to the upside. And though this was consolidating for quite a while, completely, right, broke down. And you can see this channel that it's in. And we're right at the end of that channel. So you could do 2 trades here. If we break above the channel, we go bullish. If we hit the channel and it's resistance, we go bearish. Because where could we go from here? Well, the number one spot I'm taking a look at really is near the 20, right? And you can see all this consolidation right here. So definitely it could go down here. And that's still, a real decent on a daily chart. That's still quite a bit of profit there if you take a look at those levels, 386 to 362, thereabouts. That's a hefty move. So CAT looking really good on institutional side because a lot of flow is actually going into CAT. Just a heads up on that. Let's take a look at some other institutional flow. BA looking strong today. 230 calls for September 19th, I was noticing. And look at this on the day chart. This actually looks good. So you could see a lot of consolidation. We broke up, a lot of consolidation. We break down. This looks a little wild here. And so we have this channel, just like the other channels that we've seen on the charts before. And you can see where we broke up above the channel. We broke up above that last pivot high. And then now we're making a new high, right? So we're making a new high, consolidation in the range, so to speak, break below, and now we're breaking above the 20. So a lot of movement for BA, actually. But we can see that momentum has just crossed the zero line on a daily, which looks really nice. Let's look at an hourly on BA. Ooh, very strong price action, right? We got $8 today on, I keep saying, I was thinking about another stock, but look at Boeing here, breaking above, right? So now we're breaking above the weekly expected move. We're breaking above the channel that was created from this price action in the last 4 days. And now it's really looking extremely bullish. Could this, because whenever you hit a resistance point and you break through, oftentimes you're going to consolidate for a while until the other breakout, right? Could be an economic event which changes the whole theme of things. But right now, this is looking really good on a 1 hourly. And then if we take a look at a 15, so this actually looks like a longer term play here. And the reason I say that is because you have the daily, the 1 hour, and the 15 all looking really strong and breaking through, right? It's time periods, important resistance levels. And so I could still see this. I mean, this already did a touchback, so it did a double bottom. It broke above it, it retested it, it held, and now we're going higher. This could come back and do another retest. Momentum looking good. As long as it stays within that above that 100 range, we could see another push higher. And basically momentum just creating these types of waves, right? As it comes down and takes a little breath. I actually see here though a little bit of a divergence on a 15-minute. The reason I say that is because price is moving up, but you can see momentum is not really moving up, I don't think, comparably. And so there's a slight divergence. I love to identify divergences, but I have to tell you that you don't really know like when it's going to happen. Let's look at a smaller time frame. Smaller time frame where actually momentum is consolidating while this is breaking higher. So a little suspicious of that. I wouldn't be betting the farm on this. And what a divergence means is because momentum drives price, right? I keep saying that. Momentum drives price. So if momentum is number one and you see momentum flatline, but you see the stock price race up, warning Will Robinson. Do you guys remember that show? I'm aging myself. Warning Will Robinson. So that's what a divergence means. So price needs to follow momentum. And because you can visually see momentum here, right? It can give you that mindset of, I might want to wait and see what happens this weekend before I take a trade on here. What else can you do, by the way? If you're looking at this and you're saying warning, you could just do a put automation to say if we break below, let's say 208, I would say 209. I need a little bit more pad here. So I would say like 208.50. If we break below 208.50, or even that 20, which is located right, nice confluence right where that channel is, we could go back into the channel. And that would be a nice put play. You know where the channel's at, right? But you're a little suspect because momentum's going sideways. So if you gave yourself some room and said, well, if it actually breaks the 20 and it breaks that channel going to the downside, then we're back into this channel, which we often do. So this would be a great opportunity just to put a put in and say, hey, if we break that, we could even do a 207 level. We're coming back here to test the 204 level. And that could be a trade. You could always take a week or a week out. And then if you're looking at the 20 as an example right below it, and you use the 207 level as an example, if you're going to use that level, then that's the strike price that you're going to take. You can either take at the money, which is at 207 level. Yeah, let's call it 207, the 207 level, or you could take your target price would be the 204. Okay. So industry standard at the money, out of the money, at the money, more expensive, out of the money, little cheaper. You get higher odds out of the money. Why? Because it's a less probable trade than at the money, right? If you're at the money, then you have more of a the probabilities are higher. If you're out of the money, then you get better odds. And so that's what's happening with a strike that's at the money versus out of the money. So those are the two ways that you could play BA on this. And why am I talking about that? Because BA actually was getting some flow from institutions. They're looking out for a 2:30 call in September. So they're giving this some time, just FYI. Lots of institutional flow in DKS. DKS also, Dick's Sporting Goods, maybe because summer's coming. Retail now has its opportunity. Boy, this actually looks good for the last day or two. Let's take a look at the daily. Okay, we hit a pivot low. We double bottomed it, almost a third, right? But look at that. I mean, held support, but we've also been consolidating in this range. What happens after consolidation? Accumulation going up or distribution going down. So as we see this, wow, look at the market makers move for next week. Why? Because price hit that level high here. So that means that there's a possibility that it could come and break through this channel. As you can visually see this channel down here. If it breaks above it and stays above it, then we can hit our last pivot high to make a double top here. And then, by the way, if we break above this, we're going to have a complete trend change on DKS. And the reason is because for a long time, it's really actually been consolidating forever. So us breaking through, here's another great automated trade. 212, let's do 212.50. Break above 212.50, we could get to 224. I mean, this just really looks great to come up here and do a double top and then see. Market makers have the high for next week at 210.21, 210.21. So they're looking, and look at where the market makers resistance is, like right where the channel is. I mean, it's just perfect. I love these little pieces of evidence or confluence that help a trader kind of visually do the charts. The thing about charting analysis kind of goes out the window when we have a presidency like this that likes to use media and likes to just talk. And so typically speaking, prior presidents don't really try to move the market, or their speeches don't move the market, but this one does. And so even though you're doing your charting analysis and you're like, oh my God, this is a beautiful setup, just remember that you're one tweet away of this just blowing up. So you really want to size, to make sure you want to size for zero during these high volatility times. Right now, though, the volatility is not very high. It's at 16, which remember, if VIX goes lower, the market goes higher. And so this is a really nice look at DKS. Now, the institutions are buying the 210 call for August 15th, 210 call for August 15th. They're looking for this to go to 210. And where is 210? 210 is right about, the institutions are taking the market makers resistance level as their target. You like that confluence? I love it. But like I said, one tweet away, right? We're one tweet away. But if you're looking at the charting analysis and you're looking at data and you're looking at option flow, this is how kind of my brain works. You can kind of see the Lego set here building up. So the other one was KRE. Let's take a look at KRE here. Kroger, right? Or what is that? No, that's actually regional banking. Oh, so we have money going in to Boeing, DKS, and regional banking. That's like very interesting to me. So as we take a look at this, and I can see why, all of a sudden on a day chart, we actually broke above that channel. We were sideways on the price action. You could see the channel going down and we broke above it. Breaking above it is bullish, and we just hit resistance at 60.04 and dropped back down. But because we broke this week's market makers expected high, it looks like the institutions are actually choosing a 65 call, 12:31. So they're taking quite a bit of time here for this. And I don't really see Kroger being like a huge mover, right? So you got to have a lot of patience on this one. So this one actually looks pretty good. And so if we could stay above point of control for next week, basically the 60 level, if we can get above there, because you could see we're hitting all sorts of resistance. We're hitting the pivot high and we're hitting the Darvis bands, which unbelievably line right up with the pivot high. So that 60 levels really important here for KRE. So we've given you some trade ideas for the next week and hoping that this helps. Now, each and every time I typically come on and do some automation, we specialize in automation. That's tradingmadesimple.org. We do one-on-one training with our clients. We give out trade ideas, a mobile app, as well as, swing trade levels and so forth. And so if you're interested in automation, because that's the foundation of what we do here, come on over and see us. All right, guys, that's it for today. Have a great day.